Oh my gosh. Do 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 do. Star date 2025. For now, her camera is working. Good morning. Oh my god. Guess who's back? Back again. Oh, good morning. It's so hot here. I can tell you, I'm not going to look good for my first day back on camera, but but at least I'm here. And that's really all that counts. I didn't see that a horse pooped in front of Dumpy. I just watched a little tiny bit. I'm waiting for that. They're doing a press conference. I know, I'm back. I mean, you didn't really miss much. Actually, I just was able to fix my camera, thank God. Hi, Kevin. Darling. Oh, my audio's funkified. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. This happened yesterday, too. Was it crackly? Crackly, blackly, crackly. Oh, here we go. Okay. Is that any better? Funkified. Funkified. You're looking well. Thank you, Neil. I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling pretty good. Does it still sound bad? I mean, nothing else is abnormal on this. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, yeah. Wait, why did I come here? Wait, what am I doing? Wait. I think it sounds okay on my end when I'm listening to the show, but is it still bad? Is it crackly? Oh my God, it's so warm. I'm dying. Look at there's sweat. Sweat. That's not highlighter on my face. That's sweat. Is anyone getting IAG or is it my laptop? Lag. Lag? Oh no, you're getting lagging? What the fuck? Why? Intermittent buffering. Everything looks fine. This is so weird. I think you all need to check your internet connections. Why? Okay, I can't tell about the lagging, but oh yeah, get your COVID boosters, people, please. Kevin, how are you feeling? Kevin, how are you feeling? Like it drops out. Oh, that's weird because everything sounds okay on my end, which is very bizarre. So nothing looks askew. ASIP is very important. What is it? Something children's, I don't know. The Association of Children Interlopers and Pussies. No, I don't know. It's a bunch of fake doctors this time, which is really bizarre. Really bizarre. But here we are. Let me see. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do that. Yeah. I find the sound okay, but I have a cheap laptop. Oh. Well, yeah, I'm on my phone when I listen back to it. I don't hear I don't hear what you're hearing. But that's fine. I'll keep trying. I will strive to do the best job that I can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Oh, there's so many things happening. Oh shit. I didn't know Mayor Bowser is going in front of a House committee, so we've got that. Jesus Christ, we have a lot. We have a lot. I'm gonna try restarting in case it's my computer. I'm so sorry. Gosh, I hope it's not something that I don't feel like it's anything that I have in my control at the moment. I just can't see anywhere where I can change it. Na 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 na. La la la. Anyways, despite all of our technical challenges, good morning. How are you? Please get your COVID. So far, so good. Okay. Hi, Easily. How are you doing? Max is going to try and restart her computer. Grace Lisa, good morning. Good morning, Grace Lisa. How are you doing? Okay, what was I doing? Wait, what? What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I know what it is. Never mind. No, I know. No, no. I know. Okay, let me see what is in here. Let me see. He looks really tired to me when I saw him in that little thing. He's just so hunched over and kind of baloney-ish. You know what I mean? Like, okay, and then we go, yeah. And then we have, okay, stop it. Then we have, oh, well, actually, I guess I shouldn't do that. We have the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. That's what ACIP stands for. Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. Good morning, Lee. Good morning, friends. The summer weather is back in Michigan for a few more days, and I'm on the pool deck this morning. Hell fucking yes. I'm so glad, Lee. I'm not happy that summer is not going away. I'm sorry. I don't mean to chase away warm weather, but it's just like I don't want it right now. I'm ready for fall. I'm ready for fall. I'm ready. So I don't know. It seems okay now. Okay. Oh, I hope so. I hope we hold it in there. Hold it together, people. Hold it together. Anyway, good morning. Oh my God, happy Thursday. I knew what day it was. Oh my God. See? So yeah, good morning. And thank you for coming to my show this morning. My name's Lolo. This is Wake and Bake with Lolo. And I'm not AI. Because believe me, if I'm going to do an AI version of myself, it's going to be a lot more attractive and have lost about, I don't know, a good 15 pounds. That's my goal for fall. I'm going to lose 15 pounds. And I know that you're not supposed to like try and lose stuff, but I really do need to work on my body. I need to work on my body, yaddy, yaddy. So I'm going to do that. Anyway, I know that doesn't sound very exciting. So this morning we have too many things going on. Hi, Badge. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, what was I gonna say? So I feel petty. You're pretty. You should have seen Melania's hat. Oh no, what hat was she wearing, Grace Lisa? I'll be petty right along with you, girlfriend. Don't worry about it. Because you know what, Grace Lisa, you want to know why I justify being petty about some of these assholes? Is because they are petty about us, and their pettiness extends into stopping human rights. So I believe that their petty is more damaging than my stupid comments that they're never going to hear. Number one. And number two, if you like them, you're not going to listen to me anyway. So that's number three, maybe two. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, it's good to see everyone. Oh my God, I really miss you guys. I missed you. But here we are. I got to go to the dentist today. Oh, man. I hate taking care of health stuff. Can I just say it's such a pain in the ass? I am telling you right now. I'm doing a lot. Like I have a lot of people I'm seeing right now for different medical stuff. And yeah, it's just like, oh my God. I'm so tired. But it's important. It's important to take care of your health. And I have not done a great job of it the last 5 years, especially. So, I've got to change my ways. I've got to start working out. Poor Lolo. Yeah. I know. I hope it goes well too. Oh my God, delicious. Ugh, coffee. Have you seen how much coffee's gone up? Oh my God, I'm so sweaty. Have you seen how much coffee's gone up? Hmm, have you? It's amazing. And in fact, so much so that I have a story about it, but I don't know how much we're going to be able to get into our stories, and that's what I want to, because I feel like we're waiting for all these stupid things to happen. Oh, you know what? I have some stuff here though. Wait. Hold on. Holding on to your love. Hold on to your love. Got 3 vaccines yesterday, and I'm dragging a little this morning. At least I'm protected now. Fuck yeah. Be careful. I think in the first 2 weeks, aren't you like susceptible to, in fact, I don't know. You know what? Now I'm just repeating something that someone said to me. So anyway, I have to make sure we're careful. But yeah, I think you have to be careful in your first like week after after the after your booster. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm just sweating so badly. Yeah. Um that's great though. Congratulations, Lee. Good job. I got to get mine. Bobo got her booster, which is very good because she's about to go overseas at the end of next week. And she's going to be gone for 5 months. I am not looking forward to it, but that's okay. Yes, it is. And I have to see 5 different doctors right now. See, you and I are in the same club. Yeah. I'm overdue for doctor stuff too. It's hard to prioritize. Oh my God. Lee, I don't have a job. I mean, that's the thing. So I can't, I remember what it was like to try and balance, although I didn't have this many doctor's appointments. But yeah, no, it's terrible. There's not enough time to actually take care of yourself. Think about that. Put that in perspective. I'm so busy, I can't take care of myself. That's terrible. That's a horrible thing. Waiting for my check to post so I can get my prescription. Hell yeah. That's what we do. That's what we do. Good. Uh and let's see. Okay, so there's that. Wait a minute. What was I looking for? I know what I was doing. Never mind. Find a picture of Melanie in the hat. I will definitely do that. Melanie's hat. Melanie's hat. Melanie. I'm only gonna just put in Melania hat. Oh my God, it is. It came right down. The reason Melania wore a huge hat for UK. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna pull this up. Oh, the Daily Mail. They're like the tippy top of journalistic ethics. So talk about being petty. Like the Daily Mail is the paper for petty people. Okay. All right, here we go. over Christmas. If Bobo will be in Europe for the holidays and she's interested in a visit to the UK, I have an. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, Lee. That's so sweet. She will be in Europe for Christmas and for the holidays. I think she's coming back in February. I don't know. And that always changes. They'll say they're going to come, like she'll come back to the LA studio here, but I just know it's always delayed, so at least through February or the first part of February. But yeah. Okay, so Melania, this is the oh my god, look at all this ridiculous garbage. She's 55? I don't believe it. I think she's older. How about that? How about that for spicy? God. All right. The real reason she wore a huge hat, kept a low profile in a large, wide brimmed purple wool hat. A body language expert. Oh. Wearing such a huge hat during her second UK visit gives a clear signal that she desires to hide, a body language expert has boldly claimed. My vacuum. Hey, Badger, that's huge. Congratulations. You are now protected. That's how much fun I'm having. Yeah, exactly. No, I get it. Oh my God. There's like sweat on my hair. Oh, that's how hot it is. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's see. The first lady exuded elegance. Is that what she exuded? No, that was not elegance that you were smelling. Okay. It was something else. Hi, Scott. Where'd you sneak in? There you go. How are you doing, sweetheart? Let's see. Do. As she arrived to meet the British royal family alongside her husband, President Dump, on Wednesday, she looked effortlessly chic in a Christian Dior haute couture dark gray skirt suit that flared out at the waist and fell below her knees. Whatever. Whatever. Melatonin complemented her ensemble with an extraordinarily large, wide-brimmed purple wool hat, also by Dior, which for the most part kept her eyes hidden. That's good. Body language expert Judy James believes she wore this captivating accessory in a bid to keep a low profile and not to overshadow her husband, who's an idiot. Oh, wait, no, that's not what it says. Her husband's something. Uh, Big moment. Believe me, he's already pooped on his big moment. I'm sorry. Okay, whatever. Suggests a desire to hide. All right, that's fine. Is that the hat? Is that the one you're talking about? Is this the hat? That sucks. Got it. Is this the hat? Hat. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe Melania wore the big hat so she could be the center. Yeah, exactly. I think she probably was like, I'm going to wear a big ass hat and then everyone's going to be looking at me and guessing what my body language is. That's probably what she was doing. Hey, guess how I'm feeling now? Whatever. Can't stand her. Is that the hat though? Is this the hat? Judy adds that she is there to support and even help choreograph. Oh, please give me a break. Well, it worked for that, yeah. Okay, so that was the hat. She looks like a Nazi. Can I just say she just looks like a fucking I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. She's so weird. She looks like the Hamburglar again. That's it, Lee. This is another Hamburglar ensemble. That's what we're dealing with. Crazy. Crazy. All right, let me see. I thought they were having a fucking news conference. What's going on? Bitch. Biatches. Wait. Oh. Okay. Wait. Uh Are we doing no, that's not it. Okay, so they haven't come back on screen or anything. Hold on, I'm just looking to make sure. There's a photo where she looks like a lamp. I mean, she looks kinda like a lamp here, which actually is a good one. "Hi, Teresa, how are you?" She looks a little like a lamp in this picture, so I don't know. Where's her switch? Just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Yeah. Did you put, up the picture with the building model on the desk? No, what is that? Wait, what is that? Is there another picture? Is there another picture? There's another picture? Hold on. Lamp? Clap on, clap off. What? Building model on the desk. What? What picture is that? I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what to search for. A model? Spy versus spy, yeah. Mad Magazine was so good. Can I just tell you? Yeah, versus spy, yeah. Okay, let me see. Oh man, they're just trying to kill us here. Are you trying to kill me? La la la. Doo doo Californication. Yeah, the judiciary is going to have a AI at a crossroads, a nationwide strategy or Californication. Did they just put fornication on a judiciary committee? What? What? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? God. Let's see. What are these? Trying to see if there's anything else in there. No. Oh, actually, I like this one better. At least you have a picture of a room. In this one. All right. Here is the dumpy. Hey, what is going on? What's? No, there. Sorry. All right. Anyway, good morning. AI. Mel was so far off to the side. The one in Discord. Oh shit. Sorry. Yesterday it looked like AI. Mel was so far off to the side. Oh, I'll have to take a look at that. That hat says stay away from my face. That hat says don't talk to me. I'm a mean person. Don't talk to me. I'm an asshole. They don't have any sound yet. Anyway. Oh, what is this? I don't know what's happening. My computer. I think I'm gonna get a desktop. This computer is so fucking ridiculous. You gonna you gonna full screen like I'd like you to? No, no, no. Okay. Sweet. ABC cancels Kimmel. Did they say forever and ever? I know it's some headline said like until indefinitely or something like that. I think he'll be back. I don't know what this I think that I think he'll be back. I think that oops, what happened to my camera? Wait a minute. What happened to my camera? What happened to my camera? Shit. Why am I so big? Why am I so pink? Why is that not the right one? What's going on? The Sinclair demand was in yeah, it was. It was ridiculous. I think he'll be back. I do. I don't know what happened here. Let's see. Is that I don't know why it's so big. Why am I so big? I don't want to be that big. Nobody wants me to be that huge. My light's not on. It's so weird. Okay, well, I'll just deal with this. Whatever. Whatever. Ugh. Those dollar store cameras, I know, really. God damn. I don't know what is wrong with all my tech, but that's okay. That's all right. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Those dollar store general cameras. Oh, okay. I gotta stop sweating. I have to stop sweating. Um, yeah, so Jimmy Kimmel, I was surprised to hear that because I think I didn't watch Jimmy Kimmel, but I think that people were saying that I think Max, you were saying that that what he said actually wasn't anything untoward about Charlie Kirk at all. It was unrelated. I mean, not unrelated, but it was more about Dump being, a fucking idiot than it was anything else. Why am I like so? All right, there we go. Um, so he was just kind of like a. So I don't know. I'm not sure why. I think they'll bring him back. I think this is one of those like weird oversensitive things. But it's fascistic, and the thing about it is, I think there's a particular um, significance, I guess, to clamping down on comics when it comes to yeah that they're almost like trying to sell, like just appease people, and it doesn't really mean anything, I think. But at the same time, I think that when you're starting to silence like parody and sarcasm and comedy around authoritarianism, I think there's something historically significant to that, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think that this is not a it's not a good sign for the progression into fascism, deeper into fascism than we are right now. So it's very scary to have comedians taken off the air because they don't speak well of an administration. I mean, just think about that sentence. Oh, I'm on the TV. Um, I think that if you aren't able to make fun of an administration, I mean that I think there is a historical significance to making that authoritarian move. Is it the most important? No, of course. The war on trans people, the war on immigrants, the war on democracy, and the stripping of rights from people, that is the headline. But this part of it, when you're censoring comics and other things, is a bad indicator, right? That you're going deeper into authoritarianism. And of course, it's happened recently with other things like, all these stupid lawsuits, like her interview was better than mine. I'm going to sue you, and then all of a sudden they're settling with them because they don't want to go through, the litigation, which is what Trump counts on, right? He counts on the fact that the companies don't want to go through with litigation. That is literally what we're talking about here. This guy is a slimy fucking scam artist, and he is hell bent on just driving people into a corner so that they have to negotiate their way out of it because I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm not sure why the media companies. Yeah, they settled. Those folks settled because of the merger. But like there was another one, I think ABC News and stuff like that. So to me, there's been a lot of capitulation by media moguls to Trump to try and stay off the radar. The problem is that historically, when 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 companies and other things have tried to stay off the radar, they end up facilitating more fascism. And I don't know where the fortitude comes from for a company to stand up and say, "No, this is not how we're not going you're not going to bully us into changing our programming because you El Jefe don't like it. Like, this is ridiculous. So yeah, that's why the Jimmy Kimmel thing to me is so alarming. Is because this is to me one of those bellwethers, right? I guess that's what you call it. I think that's what they backed down when met with pushback. Oh, she did. Oh, I didn't watch the Maddo. I'll have to watch that. But I think that that's the real issue. It's not, I don't give a shit about Jimmy Kimmel. Oh my God, who cares? But uh, I think that when you transition into like comics and trying to force them to be silent or stay away from sensitive topics, it doesn't work that way. And that's where, and unfortunately, that's where it comes into a deeper dive into fascism. Disney didn't even think what he said was inappropriate and scrambled an emergency per Rolling Stone, but caveat anyway. Yeah, I don't know about the Rolling Stone. I'll have to read that. Um, I'm sure they did. I mean, I worked in a corporation. Okay, I worked in headquarters for a corporation on helping branch offices kind of implement policies and stuff like that. So whenever there was a big issue with clients and or reputation or something like that, I had to be in part of those meetings, or at least was privy to those meetings. And I remember those conversations when things go wrong and you're talking about either how you're going to spin something, right? Or how you're going to fight it or something like that. I understand the conversations that happen in the corporate rooms where they're talking about whether they're going to stand up to something or not, and the calculations that their legal counsel is going to make. But maybe, just maybe, these media companies need to put some skin in the game for democracy. And what they need to do is actually invest that money into standing up against authoritarianism. Because that to me would be the braver road. And they have the means to do it. They have the financial means to do it. Now, do they want to? No. And I get that. But I don't give a shit. You have a responsibility. You have a responsibility as a corporation enjoying the fruits of your labors here in the United States. And one of those is that because you enjoy the democracy and the freedom of the United States, the price that you pay corporations is that when push comes to shove, you have to stand in the breach. You don't have to pick a side, but you have to stand in the breach. You don't have to become the hero of like, I'm going to make Kamala Harris the next president. No, but you have to stand in the breach and not capitulate at a moment's notice. Now, I also understand that parts of these corporations, in fact, far more parts of these corporations than I'd like to admit, is made up of people who agree with some of the things the president is doing. Okay? So that's another problem, is that sometimes you have corporations who want to capitulate because they don't disagree with what the administration is doing. And I just was listening this morning when Dumpy was with Starmer talking about, the great business deals and all this bullshit. And the fact that, the economy is so great and this is that. But it's all just like a boondoggle. Yeah. And of course, no one's on our side, right, Grace Lisa? I mean, I'm not naive enough to think that, altruism exists in that way. I know. But at the same time, there's a huge opportunity here. And, I can't imagine. I just think there would be great benefit, great upside benefit to companies that would stand up, not in a way that has to be like really, disengaging a third of the country or something like that, but in a way that is just professional and kind of like, no, this is not, you don't get to tell us what to do. All right. That's not what we're not Intel. You don't own a piece of us. Speaking of which, can we talk about Intel for a minute? Because fucking Nvidia is buying a portion of Intel. What is going on? What's going on here? Anyway, we'll talk about that another day. But I did see that headline this morning. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with, I guess Intel has to be the big, hey, we're going to make the chips. I guess. Anyways, Let me see. I want to see if this other thing that I had for us today is here. Yes, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I guess they don't have it yet. Oh, whoops. Got too many screens. Too many screens open. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold the phone, Joan. Hold the phone. Oh, what is going on? Oh, okay. 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 All right. Okay. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. What did I just? Oh, there it is. I know. I think I know what I want to do. I want to do something really crazy. Oh! Oh my God! Why is the fire alarm going off? I wasn't even smoking any weed. I think they're testing it. I'm going to tell you right now, my building's not on fire. I can tell. Wonder how we're CNN. Oh my God, Larry Ellison's going to buy it. Is that part of the deal? He's a weird motherfucker. You know that? Like, he is just one strange motherfucker. Oh, why is this not? Oh, I know why. Hold on just a moment, please. Hold on. I'm trying something really crazy. Crazy. Entire screen. I need the entire screen. Okay. All right. So hold on.
I'm a board-certified psychiatrist coming to this committee in part
Why
for
isn't
the
the sound
immense
on?
mental health
Can you guys hear
aspects
it? No. Oh, you can. I can't.
vaccinations and diseases. I'm a distinguished visiting professor at the University of Bristol in the UK. I have 30 years of research experience at the NIH in basic science, animal, human, and epidemiological studies and data. I have 285 publications with an impact factor of 30. I had to look that up, figure out what that meant.
I can't hear it. Oh, I know. Wait, hold on. I've got it.
Not only exceptional, but rare.
There we go.
Didn't know about that about myself. The critical issues I bring to the committee are an appreciation of calculating risks and.
Okay, I just want to preface this. This screen on the whatever left is the ASIP meeting that we wanted to, to talk about. And so they're introducing themselves. So let me go. I want to hear these introductions actually.
Pro-informed consent because CIP and has issued limited
Okay, here we go. They're just starting.
practices. Nazada, and I'm serving as the designated federal officer for the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. Welcome to the September 18 to 19, 2025 meeting of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. I will now go over a few logistical items for this meeting. All presentation slides are available or will shortly be available on the ACIP website. For participants joining by Zoom, a few quick reminders. Please keep your line muted unless you're recognized to speak. When the discussion period opens, use the raised hand function in Zoom if you would like to be recognized. Questions will first be taken from voting ACIP members and ex officio members, followed by liaison representatives as time permits. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is a public body, and transparency and engagement are central to our work.
My God.
This meeting includes 2 oral public comment sessions, today at approximately 3:50 p.m. Eastern and tomorrow at approximately 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Requests to provide oral comments must be submitted online in advance. Priority is given to advance requests, and when demand exceeds available time, speakers are selected through a blinded lottery.
I want to try.
19 speakers were selected for this meeting and have been notified.
Struck faces hate and racism has fueled racism in your life.
Members of the public
oh
are
yeah,
also
no, they're
invited to
so
submit
out.
written comments through regulations.gov. The docket number for this meeting is CDC-2025-0454.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. We're going. Wait. Oh, maybe not. Nope. Okay. We've got a lot of things to do today. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We've got a lot of things to do today. Yay.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to welcome you to Chequers. This historic second state visit is a moment to celebrate the unique bond between our two countries.
What, did he just like flip his page?
But today we've gone far beyond that. We've renewed the special relationship for a new era. The United Kingdom and the United States stand together today as first partners on defence, first partners in trade, with the groundbreaking deal we struck.
Boy, he really wants to make this happen.
now with the
I
new
think
agreement
Starmer's a wuss too.
We've just signed this afternoon. We're confirming our status as the first partners in science and technology,
You're not the
ready to
first
define
partners
this
because have you
century
met
together.
Saudi Arabia?
just as we did the last. This tech partnership
Are you going to give him a plane? Because if
power
you're
to
not going to give him a
change
plane,
lives.
he doesn't give a
is
shit. How
our chance to ensure
about that?
that technologies like AI, quantum...
We already
and
have a
others
big AI
amplify
deal with Saudi
human
Arabia.
potential,
So,
solve problems,
sorry.
cure diseases, make us richer and freer,
Brother.
strengthen the cause of democracy, not tyranny. This is the territory on which the future will be won.
Ouch.
So this
That hit a
partnership
little
today
close
is
to
a
home.
signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth.
Guess what I
in lower
got?
Bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month.
I think this is perfect for
That's
this.
what we're determined to deliver. And we're bringing businesses with us. We've just come from a fantastic meeting with business leaders where we set out this vision. They have responded with new deals and investment, breaking every record that we have. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. That is a record. Expected to create 15,000 jobs here in the United Kingdom. High-skilled jobs in cutting-edge sectors where people can build careers for the long term. Changing lives in communities, up and down.
Oh, in the Cinderella
And
carriage?
look,
That's cool.
While we shape this bond for a new era, the fundamentals have not changed. Security remains the cornerstone of this special relationship.
Oh, there we go.
We have the deepest, most advanced defence relationship in the world.
Okay, I'm not doing
Our
this right, but
warriors
you get the
train
point.
together, and
This
they
is my
fight
new. This is my new
Our
protesting
industries
mask.
build together. Everything from fast jets to the new AUKUS-class submarines. So now, as we drive up defence spending, we're going to sweep away the barriers to
Awesome.
working together on new defence technologies
God,
so we can stay ahead of our
that was a
adversaries.
mistake.
We're united in defence and security. Yes, absolutely. But we're also united in the pursuit of
Why is he?
We are working together
How embarrassing will Trump
to
be?
end the
It's
humanitarian
loud.
catastrophe
Fuck
in the
yeah.
Middle East. Get the aid
Fuck
in,
yeah.
free the hostages.
I'm surprised you guys didn't
ultimately
react a little more that I just
bring
put a
Israel and
T-Rex
the
mask
region
on, but
back
maybe you just know
towards
me by
a
now.
comprehensive plan which can deliver peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We're also working together to end the killing.
That's all right.
in
I'm going to
Ukraine.
fix it, and I'm going to wear it for an
In
entire
recent
show.
days, Putin has shown his true face,
Nothing can
mounting
shock
the
you guys
biggest attack
anymore.
since the
How
invasion.
embarrassing.
with yet more bloodshed, yet more innocents killed, and
You
unprecedented
guys are too used to
violations
it.
of NATO
I know. I'm
airspace.
back.
These are not the actions
Like a bad
of
penny.
someone who wants
I was
to.
amused by your new mask.
So we've discussed today how we can build our defences further, support Ukraine,
Oh
and
my
decisively
God.
increase the pressure on Putin.
Oh, I did
Get him
tell
to
you
agree
guys.
a
Yeah,
peace
that's
deal
true. Damn it.
Will last.
Okay.
President Trump, you have led the way here. And we will
Supposedly
continue
there
to
was someone
stand
in
and
a.
work
Oh,
together
really? Oh,
security
my God.
and for peace.
On Ukraine front
Mr.
line.
President, next year we'll celebrate
I love
the
that.
250th anniversary of the United
Of you guys
States.
shitting on
We've
us.
come on a long journey together since 1776.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm like
But it's no exaggeration to say that the
powder or
partnership our
something.
two
Oh my
nations have built
God.
has shaped the world
So
from
sweaty.
the beaches of Normandy to the founding of NATO,
From the
to the creation
halls
of
of
technologies that have
Montezuma
revolutionized
to the
our
shores.
lives. Time and time again, it is
Wait a minute.
British and American men and women side by side, changing the path of history and turning it towards our values, towards freedom, democracy.
What's the
and
over under
rule
on
of
how many?
law.
Oh, Joe
In
Biden
Britain, we take huge pride.
and transgender athletes. I don't know.
And let's be clear,
Men and
this
women's sports.
relationship
That's what
is
he
not
says,
just about history,
which is not accurate, but
it's
that's
about
okay.
the future.
It's not
It's
okay,
about
but
the
that's
benefits it
it.
delivers
It is what it
now
is.
and for decades to come, to make our
He
people
looks
safer
tired.
and better off.
I think he looks tired.
We've shown today that we're delivering those benefits, improving people's lives.
Yes,
So
exactly.
we
The
will
UK
go
has
into
gotten
that
a
anniversary
shite.
year
Yeah.
more optimistic than ever and more confident than ever about our two great nations and what they can achieve side by side.
Oof.
Thank you. And it's now
Hey.
my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Prime Minister Starmer, Melania and I are
He
tremendously
sounds
thankful for the
tired.
wonderful
He's an
hospitality
eepy baby.
that you and Lady Starmer have extended today at Chequers.
Lady
Quite the place,
Starmer?
I must say, quite the place. And we're grateful beyond
Who's
words
Lady-
for
is
the
Lady Starmer
spectacular
her
honor
title?
of the state visit yesterday at
that
Windsor
a real
Castle,
title?
hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people.
Is she Queen Camilla or
We
is
will
she
never
Queen
forget it.
or something
As I
consort?
said last night, the bond between our
She queen?
countries is like no other
Maybe she.
anywhere in the world.
Oh.
The United States and the United Kingdom have done more
So why are
good
you
on this
shitting on
planet
it?
than any two nations in human history. That is thanks in large part to the traditions of British liberty, which grew up on these isles, these beautiful, magnificent isles, and were carried by our ancestors to the New World. We're forever joined, and we are forever friends, and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal, and a very good trade deal. He's
Aren't
a
they
tough
trying to figure out how to
negotiator. I think it
make
was a
that
better
happen
deal
and
for
it's
you than
not?
us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He is a great negotiator who will extend our unparalleled security alliance into the realm of economic security for the first time, and I look forward to finalizing it very soon. We'll have it done very quickly.
Really?
We
Because you
have
didn't.
also just signed a historic technology prosperity deal, one of a kind, to ensure our countries lead the next great
Modeled off the
technological
Saudi one? No,
revolution
just
side
kidding.
by side. In fact, we just left the business leaders, the biggest in the world. Some are in this room right now. And that was quite a meeting we had on
Oh yeah, we should have
business and
smoked.
trade and technology. This trip has galvanized
80-year-old trash can.
$350 billion in deals across many sectors.
2
And
weeks.
we're committed to ensuring
Come in with
that
the health
UK
plan.
has a secure and reliable supply of the best AI hardware and software on Earth. And we supply that, and we'll make sure we supply it in quantity to the UK. And we also are joining forces on quantum computing and nuclear power, a natural partnership for close allies. The
Starmer has been
United
knighted.
States, as you
Ah.
probably have heard, is doing better
But
than
if
it
she's
has
not the
ever
Queen
done
Camilla, right?
in terms of business and
I
investment.
don't know. I don't know. What do I
The
know?
stock market has hit
What do I
a
know?
new high, as you know, and that's for many, many
Don't know.
days out of our fairly short 8 months. And we seem to be hitting new highs, and I think we're going to do much better even as time goes by. Jobs are at a record, and most importantly, we have more than $17 trillion, $17 trillion, and this is during an 8-month period being invested in the country, which is not only a record, but if you compare $17 trillion to the last year of the Biden administration,
Oh,
they did
okay. There's
$250
one.
billion. They didn't do $1 trillion for the 4-year period. We did $17 trillion of investment coming in. A lot of it's because of tariffs, and a lot of it's for a lot of other reasons, but there's never been anything like it. It's an economic superstar. That's what's become. It was mismanaged and badly handled for a long period of time, but it's not badly handled anymore. So that's a record, and remember, that's up until 8 months. We have another few months to go, and that number is going to get significantly higher, especially
What are we talking about?
if we win a certain case that we're waiting to hear.
I know. They're
will
not
be
going to do that.
something
Lee,
like the
there's
world
no
has
way
never
they're going to
seen. I
drop
wanna
the digital
congratulate
service
the United
tax
Kingdom
and
on
all the
making
DMCA and
vital
stuff.
commitment to spend
They're not gonna
5%
do
of
that.
GDP on defense at the NATO summit this year.
Although
We've worked
anything's
together very
possible, I
closely in
guess.
so many ways. I'm very honored to tell you that we've solved 7 wars, 7 wars.
I killed 7
wars that
giants
were
with one
unsolvable,
swoop.
wars that couldn't be negotiated.
I know.
or
None of
done
it's
were
on
done.
paper. You're right. Lee
US
knows
has
trade,
done
for
7
those of you who
them.
may not know.
The one that I thought
she
would be
works in
easiest
trade,
would be
so she
because
knows
of my
exactly what's
relationship with
happening.
President Putin.
And none of
But,
it's on
He's
paper.
let me down. He's really let me down.
Oh, has
It's
he?
going to be Russia
Let you
and
down?
Ukraine, but we'll see how that turns out.
Oh, she is
But,
Queen Camilla.
that
Okay.
turned out to
All
be,
right. That's
I thought
fine.
it might be among the
Whatever.
easiest of the group, but we had settled just about every conflict. And as you know, we're working very hard on Israel and Gaza. Well, that's happening
No,
over
you're
there.
not. No, you're not. The Israelis
Complex,
are
but
marching
it's
into
gonna be-
Gaza to do the
It's going
final.
to get done.
ground
It'll all get done
clearing.
right. And likewise, Russia and Ukraine will get done. But it's, you never know in war. You know, war is a different thing.
Uh-oh.
Things
He's
happen
going
that
off
are
topic.
Very opposite of what you thought.
He's off the script.
You thought you were going to have an easy time or a hard time, and it turns out to be the reverse. As we saw in the unforgettable parade yesterday at Windsor Castle, what a place it is. The British Armed Forces carry on one of the finest military traditions in the world, one of the greatest marching bands, one of the
Colonizer.
most magnificent sights I've seen. I know that our service members look forward, and we do look so forward to working even more closely with yours as you push toward that 5%
Yeah, I want a camera on
goal.
the
And I think,
crowd.
Mr. Prime Minister, you're just about there.
Seriously.
You're going to be there very quickly. along
Doesn't
with
the
a lot of other
EU,
great countries.
question for you, Lee,
wanna
from
thank
Neil, doesn't the EU also
and
have
our
a digital
wonderful head
services
of NATO,
tax?
who's really worked very hard, Mark.
I would think.
For the job they've done. As you know, NATO is at 2% GDP.
So, Lee says, Neil, yes,
and they
but
didn't pay
the
it.
EU has
they're
DST,
at
but I think
5%,
that
then they
it
pay
is
it.
a losing battle.
And,
UK
we
standing
appreciate
alone
that.
is
And
easier
we're
to
sending
leverage.
a lot of weapons to NATO. NATO is paying for those weapons in full.
Brother.
But we're sending them, and we're doing a great job at getting them what they need, and we appreciate the fact that they're taking
Oh,
care,
yeah,
because
ballroom?
the United States is into that war
Probably.
for $350 billion. And,
That's not true.
Just really
That's not true.
very sad. Just
That's
got out
not
of
true.
control. They didn't know what they were doing.
It's not true.
But over the generations, British and American warriors
Oh, my
have
God.
shed their blood side by side in defense of liberty and freedom. And that's why it's so imperative that the United States and the United Kingdom stand together for these fundamental rights and values of the English-speaking world. And we've always stood together, and we will continue to. Just last week, a great American, Charlie Kirk, was heinously assassinated for speaking his mind. He was a great
Not really.
young man.
No,
Incredible future.
No,
Some people said he
no.
might be president someday. I
no,
told
he
him,
would
I
never
said,
have been
"Charlie, I think
president.
you-
Not
you're a
not if
big
I had
shot
anything
someday
to
at
say
being
about it.
president." And,
Which I don't.
He just wanted to take care of youth. He loved youth. I've never seen anybody relate to youth like Charlie, and they related to him, and they're devastated. But I appreciate the many British citizens who have offered their condolences. And again, Charlie was a great person. We'll be going out to a service on Sunday. I'll be leaving with some of the people in this room just to celebrate Charlie.
Yeah,
and
right.
all that
Lol.
he's done. So incredible. Never seen anything like it. But I hope that together our nations
Well.
can lead a movement to defend the glorious traditions of freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. There could be no greater tribute to the
After
immortal
that,
bonds of
the
affection
Pope,
and loyalty
and then
that unite the British and
Jesus.
the American people.
We would have
For
elected
all of
Charlie
time.
to the next
We have
Jesus.
a relationship like no
Yeah,
other.
but he was struck down.
It will always be that way. We will always be united. We'll always be together. And I just want to thank you, Mr.
I don't think
Prime
we all
Minister, for
will
the great
always
job I think you're
be
doing.
together.
Thank you very much.
I think that's what a guy tells you when he wants to. Never mind.
I
Thank you very
Any
much,
questions?
Mr. President. We're going to take some questions.
Oh,
I'll call
he cut him
Geoffrey to
off.
start with, and then I'll pass over to
Sure.
the President. I've got Chris Mason from the BBC
Love
first.
this.
Chris.
Thank you both. Chris Mason, BBC.
Oh,
News.
Neil,
Mr.
ouch.
President, the UK is expected to recognise a Palestinian state in the coming days as the killing in Gaza continues. It often seems that you're the only person that Israel will listen to. What more can you say to them to tell them to stop? And why is the UK's position on a Palestinian state, in your view, wrong? And Prime Minister, what will the recognition of a Palestinian state actually achieve? Is it not just gesture politics to appease people in your own party? Thank you both.
Well, Chris, let me just start with that because we discussed this amongst other things. We had.
Oh,
as part
Neil,
of an
I'm
hour
sorry you
of
lost your show.
upstairs, earlier today, just one-to-one, going through a number of affairs, world affairs, in private. And we absolutely agree on the need for peace and a roadmap because the situation in Gaza is intolerable. The hostages have been held for a very, very long time, and they must be freed. And we need
Look at Trump
aid to
shaking
get
his head.
into,
Yeah, those
Gaza at
hostages.
speed.
Yeah.
And so it's within that
Yeah, I
context
really care.
of
He doesn't give a
a
shit.
plan for peace, which we're working.
He doesn't
hard on,
understand
which
when people
not only
grieve
we
other
discussed
people's
this
deaths.
morning, but our two teams
Okay,
have been working
he doesn't
together
understand
on
grief.
The question of recognition needs to be seen, and so it's part of that overall package, which hopefully takes us from the appalling situation we're in now to the outcome of a safe and secure Israel, which we do not have, and a viable Palestinian state. Thank you.
Who?
Well,
What?
simply, I want the hostages released now, right now, not 1, 2, we'll give you 3 more tomorrow, and, like it's been. But
Well,
we're the
that's not
ones that got
working
all the
for you, is
hostages
it?
released. We got many. They
I
came,
know,
many
he's so
of-
bored when
came
someone
to
else
the
is talking.
Oval Office, and I've heard stories like I've never thought even
Oh,
possible.
God, here we go.
There was no humanity, no anything. I said to them,
Oh, I hope
was
someone
there
does
any
easily.
warmth shown during this stay?
He does
Like,
this.
They offered you a little extra meal. They gave you a little smile, and they said, "Don't worry, you'll be okay." And every one of them said, "Not even a little bit." Amazing, to think that during this stay, long stay in some cases. We had a man the other day.
How come they didn't get
451
Stockholm
days he was
syndrome?
there.
That's what he's
I always
wondering.
ask that question. And was there any warmth shown?
Was there
Just a
any
little
Stockholm
word of,
syndrome? Any?
encouragement? And the answer is every time, absolutely not. I'm shocked to hear it because in the worst
Why?
cases, there's always somebody that comes through.
That's in
We have to
movies.
remember October
That's in
7th,
movies.
one of the worst, most violent days in the history of the world. Not just there, the history of the world. And I got
No,
to
I
see the tapes.
don't
and I
think
wish I
so,
didn't see 'em.
actually. I'm sorry. I know it was
but I got to
bad.
see them.
Not saying it wasn't a
And,
horrible,
I want an end. I want the hostages
but it wasn't
released.
one of the worst. I
And
mean, more people have
I
been
think
lost.
it's going to be
and-
okay, but it
I
has
don't
been
know.
a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years, but this has been for decades and decades. But we
Yeah.
want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what
That's
the
not the
people of
point.
Israel want. They want them back, and we want the fighting to stop, and it's going to stop.
He doesn't care about the Gazans.
A lot of bad things.
Notice he
Hamas,
says
said
nothing
that
about
they're gonna
that.
put the hostages up as bait.
It's all
They're
about
gonna put the
hostages.
in front of any attack. And
No,
it's
they
pretty
don't.
brutal. We haven't heard that one in a long time. So we have to remember that.
Because
So,
there's
I have
probably
a
no more
disagreement
Hamas
with the
fighters.
Prime
I mean,
Minister on
I
that
think
score.
that
One of our few disagreements, actually.
Great. Can I take Jack from The Sun? Jack.
Thank you both. Jack Ellison from The Sun. Mr. President, in the 9 months you've been in office, you've been incredibly successful in all but eliminating crossings on your southern border.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, illegal migration is at record levels in Britain. The Prime
Oh,
Minister
brother.
is trying to tackle that. What advice would you give to the man standing next to you on trying to stop illegal migration in Britain? And Prime Minister, if I can just ask, the President is all about drill, baby, drill in terms of trying to secure American energy and cut bills for Americans. Meanwhile, you are turning
What?
Britain's back
What?
on oil and gas in favour of renewable energies
Girl.
such as wind turbines. Why do you think
The
that you are
sun.
right and he is wrong?
fuck the sun.
So we had millions of people flowing in, totally unchecked, totally unvetted from the Biden administration.
Oh, that's two.
25 million, in my opinion. that would be
25
about
million,
25
in my
million. They came
opinion.
from prisons, they came from mental institutions, they were gang members,
No,
were
they
drug
didn't.
dealers.
No, they weren't.
They came from the Congo, they came from all parts
Random.
of South America. They came from everywhere. Think of
Yeah,
it.
turn off the
Prisons
economic
from
magnet.
the Congo being released into the United States. Prisons opened up in Venezuela and
Does
many
the
other
Congo even
countries,
have
pouring into the
prisons? I think
United
they just
States.
kill. I mean,
And I
the
couldn't
Congo's a
believe
very
it. One of
rough
the reasons
place.
I decided
Very
to
tough.
run. I decided to run because I don't want to be controversial, but you see what's happened and you see all the information that's come out. We won in 2020 big. And I said, let's run, we got to run, because I saw what was happening. And the worst thing that I saw was all of these people. You know, we've already solved inflation. We've solved prices. Oil is
Oh,
way
yeah,
down.
no.
Energy
I
is
can't
way
wait.
down
You know,
in the
actually,
United States.
this is terrible.
But what I saw happening with
But I know this is terrible, but I'm not looking forward to the economy crashing because obviously I don't want that to happen. It hurts people and, myself included. Da, 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 da. But I would like there to be a situation where he cannot actually lie his way out of it. Right? I understand. I don't want the economy to crash. But at the same time, I think the shell game that he's playing, and he in terms of the administration, I think this shell game that they're playing doesn't allow for people to understand the erosion of Earth underneath the surface. And I really think that people, in order for them to have a moment where they look with clarity on this person, I think there needs to be more widespread issues around, that belie what's happening with the economy. So I want to be very clear. I don't want anything bad to happen. I really don't. I'm just looking at the tea leaves, and I think it's easy for them to right now in this moment shift things around. So I'm not sure, you know, I guess I just really wish people would see how damaging he is as a human being. Qatar is the number one supporter. I thought Iran was.
millions of people
I mean, I know
pouring into our
Qatar
country.
prices.
I couldn't stand to watch it. And we've done a great job.
It's time to do
Nobody,
a
if you've seen
fucked
the
Financial
last-
Friday show, I
appreciate your
think.
question, by the way. Nobody, absolutely zero, and I'm not even sure that's possible, but it's a very liberal group that come
The
out
liberal
with
group
those
that tells us that
statistics. The
nobody
last
came
3
over.
months, we had
I know all
zero.
his speeches.
From millions of people a year ago, we had 0 people enter our country illegally. And we do have people coming in legally through a legal process and testing and lots of other things.
Really?
I think it's very important, and we speak about it. And I think your situation is very similar. You know, you have people coming in, and I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in from prisons and mental institutions. We have to remove them. And we are removing them. We have no choice. And I feel very strongly about it.
God.
Thank you very much.
He's such a dick.
Jack, let me just deal with the question of returns, because this is obviously an issue we're taking incredibly seriously. We've struck a number of deals both on cooperation with other countries, because this is a problem right across Europe, to tackle the problem of actually breaking up the gangs that are running this trade. We have had a record number of returns, over 35,000 now since we came into office. That's the highest number for the best part of 10 years. We struck the returns arrangement with France, and notwithstanding the challenges to that scheme, which you've seen in the last few days,
The women of Afghanistan say
went off
fuck
at
you.
6:15 this morning,
Yep.
successfully returning someone under that scheme. So that is an important
He is.
step
He
forward.
is one
Obviously,
big
there's
grievance.
no silver bullet here.
Just
There's
like
a
the
range of
Chuds.
things that need to be done. But given
Notice,
the challenges
they all
of
whine
returning people,
constantly.
it is important that we're able to prove it can be done. It was done. It was done early this morning. So I can confirm that that flight went. It went successfully. And I'm pleased about that. Now we need to ramp that up at scale, which was always envisaged under the scheme, but it's very important that we have been able to prove that the proof of concept, if you like, that this can be done and will continue in that way. On the question of energy,
I know,
firstly,
it's
let me
true.
be
That's
really
true,
clear,
Jim.
that I am
Which isn't saying
determined
much.
to ensure that the price and cost of energy comes down, so that bills come down both for individuals, for families, with their household bills, but also for business, because this is so important. The mix will include oil and gas for many years to come from the North Sea. We've been clear about that for some time, but we also need to mix that with renewables, and it's the mix that's really important. And the approach I've taken on this is the same approach that I take to many other things, a pragmatic approach. Thank you, Jack.
I would like to say that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation, the likes of which we've really never seen. They say 48 years, and I'll accept that, but I really don't. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we had a expression that I used a lot, drill, baby, drill. And as you know, we brought fuel way down, the prices way down. And we don't do wind because wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly. And
Boy, he really
we got
hates
our energy
wind
prices
power.
way down. That brought
Isn't
the
that
inflation
weird?
way down.
He
Now
like
we have very
hates
little inflation,
wind power, like hates
and
it.
we have a very, very strong economy.
Like he's
So,
emotional about it.
That was very
I don't get
important. Drill,
that.
baby, drill. And you have a great asset
I don't
here.
get
We
that.
spoke about it. It's called the North Sea. The North Sea oil is phenomenal. And I hope, because I love this country, you know. My mother was born in Scotland, and the Hebrides, Stornoway, that's Syria, Scotland. We were talking about it. And I want this country to do well. And you have great assets that you're going to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And I've got Matthew from The Economist. Matthew.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see. It's death. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a world war over this thing, you could. This was a thing that would have never happened had I been president. If I were president, it would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Most people agree it didn't happen, nor was it close to happening. And I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. I've said that many times. It was.
Yeah, you have.
But he would have never done what he did.
Yeah. Okay.
Except that he didn't respect the leadership of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
They just went through the Afghanistan total disaster
Mm-hmm.
for no reason whatsoever. We're going to leave Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength and dignity. And we're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, that one of the
Were
biggest
we?
air bases in the world. We
So
gave it to
you
them
did
for
know the
nothing.
plans? Wait a
Trying to get
minute.
it
I'm
back, by the
confused.
way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But
Wait,
one of
what?
the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So a lot of things are happening, but
Okay.
I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania as an example. It was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember,
think-
the Prime Minister...
Wasn't it
the
Armenia
presidents,
and Azerbaijan?
They were there for many years. They
Oh
said,
my
when they
God.
were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all
They were
hugged each other.
fucking.
And
We were
one
all
said,
fucking. Everybody was
I've been
fucking.
in this position for 22 years,
Fucking,
and all
fucking,
I've
fucking,
done
fucking,
is kill
fucking.
their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people.
Oh my God.
And we got it settled. And we did others.
Why
as
is
you
he
know.
still talking?
Congo.
Yes.
Congo, we did. We settled the Congo.
No, you didn't.
Rwanda.
No, you
Going on.
didn't.
That was a machete war. That was
Armenians
a-
erased
that was a
again.
war.
That's right. You're
Many
now
people, close to 10
Albanians.
million people killed. We got that.
Abi
settled.
Verzizon.
My biggest disappointment, but
Verzizon.
it's, you know, look, we did 7.
Abi Saijan.
And most of them were not thought to be settleable. We did India and we did Pakistan. That's
No, you
2 nuclear.
didn't.
That was purely for trade. You want to trade with us, you're going to have to get along.
Oh my God.
And they were going at it hot and heavy. But the Russia situation, I hope we're going to have some good news for you coming up. But again, it doesn't affect the United States. And look, it doesn't so much affect you. Of course, you are a lot closer to the scene than we are. We have a whole ocean separating us. But I will say this, it's millions of people have died in that war, millions of souls. And they're not American. They're soldiers, mostly soldiers, as you know.
Wait,
The
what?
soldiers are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since the Second
Which soldiers?
World War. But they're being killed.
Are we back in
And I
Ukraine?
feel I have an obligation to get it settled for that reason. Thank you.
And just to add on
Yeah,
that
cue the
pressure,
wrap it up
because,
music. I
We
agree.
have to put extra pressure on Putin. And it's only...
And now,
the president has
the
put
Kingdom of
pressure on
Saudi
Putin that
Arabia
he's
and Pakistan have a
actually,
strategic partnership.
shown any
Well
inclination
done.
to move. So we have to ramp that pressure up. I think it's important to have this conversation in the context of what's
We're
happened in
chasing
recent
people
weeks.
into each other's
We
arms.
saw,
I mean, we're matchmakers,
damage
really,
and
Lee.
bombing
Come on
to
now.
the British Council in Kyiv. These are targets that
Creating
it was
love. We're
thought
just
until
forcing people to
recently
get along with
were
each
not
other
targets
because
that would
everyone
be
will hate
hit.
us.
The British Council,
That's fine.
the European Union Embassy, the Council of Ministers, where President Zelensky's
I don't think he
ministers,
cares if anybody likes
work
him.
was hit. Again, these were thought to be places that wouldn't be hit. And then the incursion into Poland last
Yeah, what
week.
about that?
And if you put
Bodie
that
wants a
together,
global
what you can
boycott
see
of
is
US.
either, an emboldenment or at least an increased recklessness on Putin's part. And that's why I said earlier that they're not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we have to ramp up. And we discussed earlier today, we have built the coalition of the willing with British leadership and French leadership, stepping up with military planning in the seas, in the sky, on the ground, and ramping up what we do with the Ukrainians themselves. And of course, that taken with an American guarantee is now an example, I think, of the challenge of
Oh, yeah, have we
Europe
solved
stepping up to
that,
the
what our
plate, which it has
guarantee
done in the
is
last
for
few months,
Ukraine?
to show through what we and the French have done that we're prepared to take the lead in this and take the necessary measures.
But that's a war that could have been a third world war, and I don't think we're
Yeah.
going to be there now. But that was heading to a third world war. And
Here's 4
what a shame it is. What a shame it is.
on
Ms. Prince,
Signal.
do you want
Wait,
to call
what?
some of the
I would love to call a
outlets?
few of them. Bev, do you want to have a question?
I've got to come back to you.
GB News.
GB News.
Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
When you say we, are you talking here or?
Here, the
Here?
UK. I'm still British. I might
I'd
live in
rather have
America, I'm
him
still
answer that
British.
question.
He's going to,
but
you
also-
I'll
idiot.
give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also, despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations.
GB
Does
News
that
is
not remain
terrible.
an important area
Very
that there
conservative.
is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you answer that.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of
Ah.
Christian, so that is my church has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding
Yes.
values
Hi, Gal.
of the United
That's
Kingdom.
right.
And we protect
Nigel
it
Farage.
jealously and fiercely, and always will. And we will bear down on any limits on free speech. I draw a limit between free speech.
Exactly. He's not paying
and
attention.
the speech of those that want to peddle paedophilia and suicide social media to children. And therefore, I'm all for free speech. I'm also for protecting children
That's right.
from things that will harm them.
That's right.
Pedophiles,
Those him, though.
Those that peddle.
You should
suicide,
probably
which had a
you should
terrible
probably
consequence,
remove the president then
for
from your
individuals,
premises.
particularly teenagers. And so that's the balance we strike. But
Dementia
we have
looping.
had freedom of speech in this country for a very long time, and we will always protect it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, please.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. He
Minister, it's
gets
good
to
see
call
you
on
again.
people.
You have a beautiful country. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being
Two
here.
questions. One,
Ew.
just recently, President Trump
Ew,
labeled
Brian.
Antifa domestic
Oh, my
terrorists.
God.
Would you consider doing something like that in your country?
Well, we obviously will take decisions for ourselves. I don't want to comment on the decisions of the president, but we take our decisions ourselves.
And my question to you, President Trump, is there any update on the auto pen?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What?
It's just gotten worse from their standpoint. The people that used it, and
5.
in particular one person, was never told by Biden to do it. Only spoke to Biden twice, and that was just talking about the weather, not talking about any order. And he was taking orders from people other than Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't giving those orders. You know, Joe Biden didn't believe in open borders. He didn't. I've known him for a long time. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling. As we know.
Tintin's Antifa.
You can go back 40 years ago and you'll see that. Go back
Tintin
and take a look
Tifa.
at the hearings on
Oh,
Justice
nice,
Thomas,
Grace Lisa.
You'll see that very much. But he didn't believe in open borders and all of this nonsense that they're peddling now, which
It's
is why
5
they're not in
Biden.
office any longer.
5.
It's a shame. The auto pen was illegal. It was illegally used. He never gave the orders. He never told them what to do. And I guess the only one he signed, or one of the few he signed, was the pardon for his son. But you had the congressman who, when they got the information, they found out they were guilty. And
What?
they deleted and destroyed all information.
Wait, what?
Everything. You couldn't get any of it.
What
They found out that
information?
Nancy Pelosi actually was offered the 10,000 soldiers, and she
What?
turned them down.
J6?
They found out many things that were very bad. So they deleted and destroyed all information. You
Wait,
talk
what?
about
We
freedom of
delete-
the press and
about
freedom of speech.
J6?
How about that one? And there's not a thing. This is after a year and a half of hearings. They destroyed everything.
Oh, so it's the J6 committee.
And-
I know what he's talking about.
Somebody's got to be held responsible. So Biden, what he did is they knew, I don't think he knew, but somebody knew. I don't think Biden had a clue about anything, if you want to know the truth. But they gave a pardon to those Congress people. They gave a
Oh,
pardon.
I see. That's what he's
Those
talking
people
about,
are
the pardon.
so guilty. They
Okay.
gave a pardon.
I wondered how
But
he got
Biden
into
didn't know about
J6.
it. The people, whether it's Lisa or any of those people in there that really ran it, I know them all.
Lisa?
And they're sick people. They're
Who's
smart
Lisa?
people. They're very smart. They're probably
Lisa's-
brilliant,
Lisa,
but they're sick
whatever her
in
name is?
ideology. And they
Peter
were
Strzok's
running the auto
girlfriend?
pen, and it was totally illegal what he did. And I hope it's going to be so adjudged.
Ooh!
Okay. Let's see. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. In the deal that you're working on for the Chinese to sell TikTok to
Yeah.
an American buyer,
Yeah.
are the Americans going to have to come up with their own algorithm, or are they going to continue to use the successful but addictive Chinese algorithm?
So what we're doing, and we're speaking to President Xi on Friday to see if we can finalize something on TikTok, because there is tremendous
I don't
value,
want
and I hate
us to
give
own
away
TikTok.
but
I like TikTok the way it
It
is.
helped get me elected. In fact,
Hmm.
Charlie said, "Sir, you ought to get on TikTok. You'd be great." I said, "Really? Tell me about TikTok." And we, as you know, we did unbelievably well with youth, like at a level that no
youths?
Republican has ever even dreamt of. And in what, you know, look, I think we won it for a lot of reasons, but that was a reason we won the election by such a big number. TikTok has tremendous value. The United States has that value in its hand because we're the ones that have to approve it. I specifically get the right to approve it.
I
The people that are investing in it
can
are
solve
among
this.
the greatest
No, you're
investors
not,
in the world,
Max.
the biggest,
No,
the
you're
richest,
not.
and they'll
It's
do a
like
great job.
Vines.
And we're
They're
doing
just like
it in
Vines.
conjunction with China. But we are getting, the United States is getting
I
a
love
tremendous
TikTok. I'm sorry.
fee plus. I call it a fee plus for just making the deal. And I don't want to throw that out the window. I can say this, that you'll
Yeah,
have a
the
lot of
youths
very
help him.
unhappy youth. And I use TikTok very
Tammy?
legitimately, very straight, just statements every day, little statements, short statements. Sir, make it short, please. And TikTok Jack, we call him. It was pretty good. Did a good job for me, I guess.
What?
But
I guess.
no, I'd
Now he's
rather,
dead.
reap the benefits. I mean, the kind of money
Oh,
we're talking
okay.
about
Well, I
is very
understand.
substantial.
Not for
And
everybody.
it'll be owned by all American investors. And,
I enjoy
you
it,
know, the
though.
best investors and the, very rich people and companies are going to be owning it. Very, very straight, very legitimate companies.
I'm thinking of
and,
doing a TikTok
really
live,
companies
too.
that love America. So they're going to be
Just
owning
like
it.
a
So
chat.
it's a big thing. And on a much bigger scale,
Fun.
and probably that's why we were able to get that, but on a much bigger scale, we're pretty close to a deal. We may do an extension with China, but it's an extension based on the same terms that we have right now, which are pretty good terms.
And my question for Prime Minister Starmer, if you feel so strongly about officially recognizing Palestine for
brother.
statehood, why are you waiting for President Trump to leave the country? Why can't you just do it right now?
What?
And isn't there a
Is that
risk
Peter Ducey?
in rewarding Hamas with that?
Well,
Oh,
let me
yeah.
be really clear about Hamas. They're a terrorist organisation who can have no part in any future governance in Palestine. And what happened on
Oh, my
October
God.
7th, was the worst attack since the Holocaust. We have extended family in Israel. I understand firsthand the psychological impact that that had.
All right, fine,
Israel.
anti-TikTok
So
people.
I know exactly where I stand in relation to Hamas. Hamas,
Whatever.
of course, don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They don't want a ceasefire. So I'm very clear where I stand on Hamas. On the question of recognition,
Shut
I
up,
made
Tump.
my position clear at the end of July as to the timing, which has got nothing to do with this state visit, and I've discussed it with the President, as you would expect amongst two leaders who respect each other and like each other and want to bring about a better solution in the best way that we can. Thank you so much. Can I go back then to Robert at ITV?
Robert Person, ITV. Mr. President, you uniquely, you alone in the whole world, have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation.
That would be if he
Palestine,
disagreed
to
with
stop
him.
the killing
He doesn't.
of civilians.
Sorry.
If not
Sorry.
now, when will you exercise that
It'll all
power to
happen.
tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you, on
But you do understand about October 7th.
I've got,
You
I'm a
do
Jew, so I
understand.
believe
Yeah.
me, I
One of
understand
the
about it.
worst
Dipshit. Hi, Paul
days
J.
in the history of humanity. What happened, I have seen the tapes. Babies that are sold and just chopped up to pieces.
Stop it.
You've seen the tapes, and I've seen the tapes. You're a professional, and so am I. And people forget
Professional
about
what?
October 7th. I can't forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back.
Oh,
I don't
my
want the
God.
hostages used
I want the
as human
10
shields,
people, and
which is
not
what
that that's
Hamas
not
is
important.
threatening
I think
to do.
that's
But as soon
hugely
as they're back,
important.
that's the moment you will tell Netanyahu
Well,
to stop.
it would certainly help, but I have to have the hostages back. And I don't want them back piecemeal, as I said before. I want them back.
And on a separate issue, free speech, your Vice President Vance said that free speech is under attack in the UK.
He
Do you
did say
agree with
that.
him and Prime Minister? We saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything
No,
else.
he
And said
wasn't.
a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy
He
Kimmel
did not.
is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, on the question of Charlie Kirk, can I just
Sorry.
express how shocking that is, I think, to everybody who believes in free speech and in
Stop it.
democracy. And,
Yeah, you just won an
it
Emmy.
sent shockwaves through
Like,
the
literally on
world.
Sunday.
And I know that he was a friend of the president, and I reached out straight away to the president because I understood how impactful it'd be on him and his family. And we all
It
need to
wasn't.
be
It
absolutely
wasn't.
clear about that. Whatever our
But then he
political
found
views,
out that he didn't
is
care.
shocking, and is to be condemned. On free speech, not much to add to the answer I gave earlier. This country's had free speech for a very, very long time. It is part of who we are as a country, and it is the values that we fought for. We fought for it during the Second World War alongside each other. So we need no reminding of the importance of free speech in this country. Thank you, Robert. And I go to Beth for the final question, please.
Oh,
Beth.
stop it.
Thank you so much.
Sky.
Thank you, Beth Rigby, Sky News. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Well,
If I
it
could
certainly
start
would
with
be a
you.
business decision to
Prime
keep him if
Minister,
he won an
President Trump
Emmy.
has said
Stop
he's
it.
ready to impose major sanctions on Russia if NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil. He's got a point, hasn't he? Is that what you now believe is needed to bring Putin
Trump is
properly
such
to
an
the table?
asshole.
And what's your message to the president on US sanctions? And Mr. President, if I
I
may,
don't even like.
the UK,
Yeah,
the
I didn't
King
like
praised
Jimmy.
your personal
I
commitment
mean, he's
last
fine.
night to finding
The Man
solutions
Show
to
is
the world's
terrible.
most intractable conflicts. You have invested much of your time and effort in Ukraine, but even as you seek to broker a deal, President Putin is escalating the war. He's firing drones into NATO airspace. You say he has let you down. Was it a mistake to invite him to Alaska? Do you regret it?
No.
And is it time
Yeah,
to squeeze him,
he does.
sir, and scare him and impose sanctions? And finally, if I may, the elephant in the room, Lord Mandelson, he is no longer the ambassador. Do you have some sympathy with him that he lost his job over historic links to Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you very much, sir.
I don't know him, actually. I had heard that, and I think maybe the Prime Minister would be better speaking of that. That was a choice that he made, and I don't know. What is your answer to that?
Well, I mean, it's very straightforward. Some information came to light last week which wasn't available when he was appointed, and I made a decision to come out.
Oh,
That's,
all right, crackly.
very clear. On the question of
Oh, God.
the
Crackly.
pressure on Putin and
Stop.
Russia, which is
Why are you
obviously
crackly?
Look, I think it is a challenge to Europe. There are a number of European countries which are too reliant on energy from Russia. The UK actually obviously has almost got nothing at all, but we do need to bear down and work with our European counterparts here. There are one or two countries, I think, that do need to look again at the question of energy. There's no one silver bullet here. We do have to have a wider suite of sanctions.
Are
which we put in
European
place,
cowards?
a number
Is that
of
what it
times,
is?
working across Europe and with the United States. And of course, we must, and we are, making sure that Ukraine is in the strongest position now, because one of my long concerns here has been that whilst we talk about a ceasefire, and we all want a ceasefire, and we talk about what might happen after a ceasefire, we mustn't forget that Ukraine needs our support now. And we've said we stand with Ukraine from the start to the finish, and that means we must continue to supply them with what they need in order to fight this war, which of course resulted from and is a result of Russian aggression. We have particularly done the sort of leadership role in the coalition of the willing, so that if there is a ceasefire and if there is a deal, and I do hope there is, that is then lasting and not then broken, because given previous history, I don't trust Putin. Thank you.
Very simply, if the price of oil comes down, Putin's going to drop out. He's going to have no choice. He's going to drop out of that war. And when I found out that the European nations were buying oil from Russia, and as you know, I'm very close to India.
Yeah, did Albania at least win?
Prime Minister of India spoke to
Everybody's
him
a
the other
winner.
day, wished him a happy birthday. We have a very good relationship. He put out a beautiful statement too. We have, but I said, you know, I sanctioned them. China is paying a very large tariff right now to the United States.
Are they?
But I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle.
Oops.
And the oil price is way down. You know, we got it way down.
Oh my God. Wait, what? You just said if something, then something, but then you said it has happened. But then the other thing hasn't happened?
And the Prime Minister was disappointed to see that. And it wasn't him, it was other countries. And you can't do that.
Crane.
You can't do that. You can't. That's not playing fair with the United States, and we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Okay, get out. Bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Bye. Crazy. All right. Well, that was insane. Yet again, another insane piece. Where is my... what happened to my other thing? Weird. Let me see. All right. Yeah, that shit show's over. It's time for another one. Oh, wait. This is the one I wanted. Okay. All right. So we're going back to... that was terrible. I mean, I don't know what else to say. He's such a dick. I'm telling you. And Starmer, to me, I get it. I understand. You know, you're trying to kiss up to him so that it keeps him calm. I understand that. I do understand. I appreciate the position that Starmer finds himself in. I just wish he didn't sound so enthusiastic. I don't think you need to sound enthusiastic about a fucking idiot. You know, like I don't think they need to do that. All right. We're going back to the ACIP Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, which is having some meetings over the next 2 days to perhaps alter the childhood vaccination schedule. As we learned yesterday, one of the things they want to do, this particular panel, is change childhood immunizations to move the birth Hep B vaccine when your baby's born. Pretty quickly thereafter, your baby gets a Hep B vaccine. And yesterday we learned that this committee that we're about to listen to wants to move that from birth to 4 years old. And the reason they want to do that is because RFK thinks it's a good idea. And it doesn't really matter why he thinks it's a good idea because he doesn't understand how it works. And then the other thing we learned yesterday when we were watching Susan Menares, who was the fired CDC chair, is that hepatitis B, and I won't get this right exactly, so forgive me, but that because mothers, birthing people don't necessarily realize they have an STD or other type of transmittable disease that can then go to the child, that this hepatitis B is actually has reduced hepatitis in children, I think upwards of 68% over the time since it's been introduced. And so, the question for RFK is, well, how many children dying of hepatitis or complications thereof is okay for you? Because and what the panelists were saying yesterday, the two doctors that had been fired and resigned from the CDC, what they said is, it's not that the change in recommendation in and of itself, that happens. It is the lack of medical veracity, that there's no data presented to say this is why the change from birth to 4. It's not based on data. And that's unfortunately what you have to do in order to, get through this. So we're going to listen to a little bit of this. I also have the DC mayors appearing before the House committee. So I don't know. Perhaps we should listen to that, actually. I'm sorry. We're kind of switching it up a little bit here. But let me see. I would like to actually go back to this. Let me see.
Disabled Americans. With 1 in 5 Americans being impacted.
Let me just see
protecting
how far.
the federal presence.
DC residents are full-blooded
We'll start with
tax-paying Americans.
Mayor Bowser.
We are a donor state.
This is DC.
We
I'm
give
so
more
sorry to
the
switch
federal
up.
government than we get back.
I'm sure there's a
we have
eugenic
all
type
the
reason.
responsibilities
Or he just
of
wants to
citizenship,
do what he
but
says.
not the most important benefits:
We may be able to
representation
understand
and full autonomy. I'm proud to report that the state of the district is strong, and while we face macroeconomic headwinds, with our continued sound financial management and your help, our economic growth outlook can improve. I recently sent to the council our 30th consecutive balanced budget with no new taxes or fees, a budget that reflects the sober reality of our time: declining revenues due to the unfortunate continuation of remote work, the reduction and relocation of DC-based federal workers, and other macroeconomic shifts. In 2024, we had the fastest growing population in the nations. Our schools grew in enrollment and achievement.
They should be, but I think they're actually going to be a little spicy.
#1. Over 27 million people visited our city, besting
That's what
our
he wants to
previous
do, I
record.
heard, Grace
Our
Lisa.
metro system rebounded faster than other transit systems in the nation, and we drove down violent crime by 35%. Let me say something about our public safety ecosystem. It is unique. Like what happened in most jurisdictions across the country post-COVID, we experienced a violent crime spike in 2023. When I was last here, I explained how we would drive down those trends, and it is working. Today, compared to 2023, burglaries are down 34%, theft, motor vehicle theft, 37%, homicide down 44%, robberies down 60%, and carjackings are down 71%. Overall, violent crime is down 53% compared to 2023. And in the recent federal surge, we accelerated those gains, including a 1-month reduction in carjackings of 75%. In my last visit, I also explained the peculiarities of our system. We are very proud of the men and women of MPD who commit their lives to protecting the nation's capital, and they have my commitment to get back up to 4,000 officers with critical changes to our policy environment, a 13% raise, and enhanced recruitment efforts. MPD makes arrests. Most adult cases, however, are prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney for D.C., who is part of the United States Department of Justice. Our youth offenders are prosecuted locally by our Attorney General, and our Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services, a local agency, is responsible for their commitment. But our youth and adult offenders are supervised by federal agencies. D.C. jail is local, but most of our residents who are committed to detention are in federal facilities across the nation. Our judges are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. We currently have 13 vacancies. As I've told you, we're putting every resource necessary towards public safety. I've authorized the chief to use the overtime necessary to make sure we have adequate police on the streets. We spent 1.8 million hours of overtime last year at a cost to us of $75 million. I've also reported to you previously that we engage regularly with regional and federal partnerships, including the United States Attorney, the FBI, and the ATF. And that's why we will continue to use enhanced federal resources as outlined in my mayor's order, creating the DC Safe and Beautiful Emergency Task Force. In 2023 and in the years since, we pushed for legislation to rebalance our public safety ecosystem. What happened to
all my viewers? It went from like 30 to 9. That's weird.
Omnibus.
I've never seen that.
I'm out of time now, Mr. Chairman, but throughout the questions, I hope to also explain to you other ways that the Congress can be helpful, including helping us get back to 4,000 officers, fully funding the president's, when it comes, requests for beautification and safety efforts in D.C. to support America 250, helping with our homeless services, especially bridge housing that is working to get people off the streets. And finally, as we were able to do, Mr. Chairman, with the RFK legislation, their finance and economic resilience opportunities, like creating an opportunity zone, or D.C.'s Act 60, like Puerto Rico's, to ensure the economic resilience of the nation's capital.
Thank you. Very good. I now recognize Chairman Middleton for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, members of the committee. I'm Chairman of the Council of the District of Columbia. Our form of government is nearly identical to yours. The Council's relationship to the mayor is the same as yours to the President. I'm pleased to testify and to finally present our views on matters that are clearly of concern to the committee. We are a beautiful city. Our public parks are well maintained. Our roads are in good condition. We have a world-class public transit system. Our public education system is a leader in the country in terms of choice and a leader among large city systems in terms of growth and academic achievement. Political rhetoric notwithstanding, criminal activity has been on the decline.
Real-time beta
with violent
testing.
crime dipping to a 30-year low last year and even lower this year. The percentage of our citizens with health insurance is one of the highest in the country. public lands, public transit, public education, public safety, public health, core functions of government, and we are doing well. And we are well managed. We adopt a balanced budget on time every year. We spend within our budget every year. We've had clean audits every year. We continue to maintain strong cash reserves. All of our pension programs are fully funded. And we continue to maintain AAA and AA plus financial ratings, despite Wall Street's expressed concern over the negative economic impact of federal actions. Despite these pluses, we are a city under siege. It is frustrating to watch this committee debate and vote on 14 bills regarding the district without a single public hearing, with no input from district officials or the public, without regard for community impact, nor a shred of analysis including legal sufficiency or fiscal impact. Bills like H.R. 5183, the District of Columbia Home Rule Improvement Act, make the district less efficient, less competitive, and less responsive to the needs of a highly complex, unique local government that serves local, county, and state functions. The SOAR Improvements Act would actually hurt 50,000 school kids in the district by defunding the D.C. public school system by approximately $17.5 million. It also would void a long-standing compromise agreed to by Congress with district officials. H.R. 5140, the Juvenile Sentencing Reform Act, is actually criminogenic. Data suggests that juveniles tried as adults are not scared straight, but rather are more likely to reoffend sooner and more often than those treated in the juvenile system. Moreover, you criticize the council for being soft on crime, but the current age thresholds this bill repudiates were enacted by Congress. Over the last several years, the council has taken steps to strengthen our criminal laws, and I will note that we have been able to pass these bills while Congress has not. For instance, we have strengthened the probability of pretrial detention. Even before we did that, the rearrest rate for individuals released pretrial was among the lowest in the country. We have strengthened, by clarifying and imposing new penalties, the criminal laws including shoplifting, carjacking, strangulation, and felony endangerment with a firearm.
My thing went down,
We
right?
have reinstated police resource officers in our schools, and we have taken a number of steps to support our police, including approving, just yesterday, a 13% pay raise for police officers, and approving hiring incentives to increase the ranks of our police force. And we're about to adopt a deferred retirement option program to make service more attractive and to incentivize officers to stay longer.
Maybe nobody's watching. Maybe
Instead
this
of
is a
blaming
Twilight
the council,
Zone,
there
and
are
we're all
tangible
stuck.
actions we need from you, because our public safety system is part federal. For instance, the greatest deterrents to crime are arrest and prosecute, but the U.S. Attorney prosecutes our criminals. And the best way to reduce recidivism is prison programming. But the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is responsible for this. And to further reduce rearrests for ex-offenders and pretrial suspects, we need two federal agencies, CSOSA and Pretrial Services, better resourced. If Congress really wants to further reduce crime in the District of Columbia, here's what you can do. Fill USAO vacancies. Double the funding we already provide for MPD
Good
hiring
morning,
bonuses.
Josh.
Adequately fund CSOSA and the Pretrial Services Agency. Fully reimburse MPD for protecting the federal presence. The underfunding by Congress over the last 4 fiscal years totals $83 million. Submit and confirm our judicial nominees. Our courts have a 20% vacancy rate in judges, backlogging the criminal docket. Amend the Federal Privacy Act so that more data can be shared between federal and local law enforcement agencies. Allow our local attorney general to prosecute all misdemeanors because the United States attorney usually does not. And help us pay for a new jail, which houses federal prisoners, just as Congress helped pay for a new forensic lab 15 years ago. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appreciate the committee's attention, and I also want to welcome Congressman Garcia as the new ranking member.
Thank you. Now recognize General Schwab for his opening statement.
What about me?
Chairman
What
Comer,
about me, Jimmy Comer?
Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, members of the committee, I'm Brian Schwab.
Okay,
DC Attorney
Brian,
General, and
move
I'm
your
pleased to
fucking
testify
mic.
about the work my office is doing to advance the district's interests and to make Washington, D.C. safer and more affordable for everyone. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian. My wife and I raised our 3 daughters here. I love this city. Just like your home districts, D.C. is made up of vibrant neighborhoods, hardworking, talented people who are the backbone of our culture and our economy. We are small business owners, veterans, teachers, nurses and police officers, committed civil servants. We are Americans who deserve the same freedom to govern ourselves as your constituents enjoy. But unlike your constituents who benefit from having you here to advance their interests, the more than 700,000 residents who call D.C. home have no vote in Congress. We do, however, have elected local leaders.
And my camera just froze. What the fuck?
As Attorney General, I am committed to ensuring Washingtonians have a first-rate public law office, enforcing their laws, protecting their taxpayer dollars.
Oh, I'm still not back.
Interest. My office handles thousands of matters across an
How
array of
shiny I
issues,
look.
from enforcing child support orders and protecting domestic violence victims to holding companies accountable for fueling the opioid crisis. We protect seniors and consumers from scams. We go after slumlords. We defend district agencies, including our police department, securing and saving hundreds of millions of dollars every year.
I've been frozen a while. Oh my God.
Nothing is more important to the work we do.
I'm so embarrassed. I don't even look at my. I don't look over in that corner. That's why. Okay. There I am.
As you've heard, D.C.'s criminal justice system is unique, and its structure is often a source of confusion.
You're
Unlike anywhere else in the country, the responsibility for prosecuting local
Maybe that's what happened. I froze.
is
I don't know.
divided between the federal government,
I give up.
the United States Attorney's Office, which handles
Now
all
do
adult
Schwab's
felonies
mic, yeah.
and most adult misdemeanors,
Turn your
and
mic
my office,
on.
which prosecutes juvenile delinquency cases and certain adult misdemeanors. Because the vast majority of crime in the District of Columbia is committed by adults, not juveniles, it is the U.S. Attorney's Office that handles the vast majority of prosecution. Despite our limited jurisdiction, we take our responsibility over juvenile prosecution seriously. Our attorneys aggressively prosecute violent juvenile offenses whenever there is sufficient evidence to meet the burden of proof. Kids must face consequences, swift and certain consequences when they break the law. And our prosecutors work every day to hold them accountable and ensure victims receive justice. Last year, we prosecuted 84% of all violent juvenile cases, including over 90% of homicides and attempted homicides, 87% of carjackings, and 86% of gun cases. Crime rates last year reached 30-year lows and have continued to decline this year.
Oh, meowing
But there's more work to be done.
I hope you're doing okay.
We must continue to pursue a comprehensive public safety strategy.
Rest and
Effective
listen.
policing and prosecution are critical, so too are preventive efforts designed to stop crime before it happens. Keeping people safe is not a choice between law enforcement or prevention. We must do both. As the nation's capital, public safety in the district has always required a strong working partnership with federal law enforcement, regardless of who is in the White House. We have worked and will continue to work closely with our federal law enforcement partners every day. But declarations of emergency and unilateral federal actions taken without coordination or advance warning do not promote long-term public safety. Sending masked agents in unmarked cars to pick people off the streets, flooding our neighborhoods with National Guardsmen who are untrained in local policing, attempting a federal takeover of our police force, none of these are durable, long-lasting solutions for driving crime down. In fact, they threaten to destroy critical trust between local communities and the police, trust which is essential to effective, efficient policing and prosecution. There are constructive ways the federal government can work with us to continue driving crime down. For example, Congress can help combat the flood of illegal guns pouring into our city. 95% of illegal guns that end up on our streets come from outside the district. We also need help filling longstanding judicial vacancies, confirming our highly qualified nominees. The vacancy crisis has led to severe case backlogs, with felony cases being scheduled into 2027, resulting in delayed justice for crime victims and the community. Finally, Congress could help by investing desperately needed services in facilities like a psychiatric residential treatment facility for youth with serious mental and behavioral health issues that often contribute to crime. All of us, DC's elected officials, members of Congress, we have a shared goal of continuing to make durable improvements to public safety in the District of Columbia. I and my office are ready to have serious discussions on how best to do that with anybody who is willing
you're right,
in
Neil.
good faith and in
Lurking
the spirit
Britain.
of partnership to have them with us. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, General.
And now
Now
we're
recognize Mr.
223.
Jackson
I
for
don't
his
get
opening
it.
statement.
I don't know how this
All right,
thing
thank you,
works.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, and the committee for having me. I'm Greg Jackson, a D.C. resident, a survivor of gun violence, and the former deputy director for the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. This was an office that coordinated federal resources, implemented life-saving policies, and coordinated with local leaders to achieve a 13.2% reduction in violent crime and a 31% reduction in homicides nationwide in just 2 years.
I love that
I spent
word,
the last
durable.
decade of my
That's a
life
great
working
word.
to address this crisis, from consoling a mother who lost her 10-year-old who was buying ice cream in D.C. to walking the hallways in Parkland with families that lost their loved ones to school shootings. And we've seen firsthand how this is destroying too many families in our country. This is now the leading cause of death for youth in America, the leading cause of death for pregnant women in America, and now the leading cause of newly disabled Americans. With 1 in 5 Americans being impacted by this violence, this is also personal for me. I'm a survivor of gun violence. I was shot, the bullet hit 2 arteries. I've also lost my teenage mentee, DeMarcos, from a shooting. And I've also sat with families throughout this district. Despite this crisis we face, the last few years have shown us that we do have solutions that work. In the previous 2 years, D.C. and cities across the country have seen historic reductions in gun violence without the deployment of masked agents or the military. We did this by investing in prevention and intervention efforts to communities at risk and strategically investing in law enforcement to keep illegal guns off of our streets and to close homicides.
That
Recently,
is
even the
great.
current
I'm
FBI
glad to hear
director,
that.
Kash Patel, celebrated historic levels or historic reductions in violent crime. But we know that's not the product of a few months of troops or FBI actions. They are the result of billions in prevention resources, law enforcement, and community leaders risking their lives every day, as well as the transformative policies implemented over the last few years. Without masked agents and troop deployments, we've seen homicides drop 54% in Baltimore, 20% in Atlanta, 41% in Phoenix, 27% in Los Angeles, and as shared by district leadership, violent crime in D.C. is down by 53%. We got here in major part because Republicans and Democrats came together to enact a bipartisan law that provided historic resources for violence prevention, law enforcement strategies, as well as enhanced our background check system for those under 21, preventing domestic abusers from accessing guns, making the largest investment in youth mental health in history, as well as community violence intervention, and making gun trafficking a federal crime, prosecuting those who are flooding guns into our communities. These strategies, in partnership with local leaders, reduced homicides again by 31% and mass shootings by 20% in our country. As our communities have been fighting our way out of this crisis, we find ourselves at a dangerous crossroad. Instead of adding more federal resources to solutions that work, the Trump administration has dismantled and defunded bipartisan strategies passed into law to reduce violence. They shut down the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. They defunded law enforcement, including the ATF. They cut over $1 billion in mental health resources for our schools, terminated $812 million in funding for community violence intervention programs, defunded gun violence research, shut down the CDC Firearm Injury Center, dismantled important regulations like the zero tolerance policy for gun dealers, and now plans to further defund critical resources to address the root causes of violence like housing, employment, and health care. And here in D.C., the administration and Congress's actions have been extremely harmful, withholding over $1 billion of D.C. local tax dollars, undermining our leadership, and flooding our neighborhoods with military to instill fear in everyday Americans. Look, I live in Ward 8, a community that the White House has called a slum. But for us, this is a neighborhood where we walk our dogs, we listen to jazz on Sundays, we grill out during the summers, and most importantly, like any neighborhood, we support each other. But since this D.C. Trump takeover, we hear sirens nightly. We've seen buildings raided daily, like the building of young Mackay, who's sitting behind me. We've seen elderly harassed on their porch, and now even traffic jams from the flood of police and military on our streets. This deployment of federal troops that's essentially making us feel hostage in our own homes is not the federal support we need. And most importantly, it's costly, costing our country an estimated $200 million for one city alone. To be tough on crime, we need a different approach. We need a federal law enforcement that focuses on keeping guns out of our communities in the first place. We need to be tough on crime by fully funding the ATF to catch gun traffickers, to shut down rogue gun dealers, to disrupt dangerous black markets of firearms. To be tough on crime, we need to protect and fund the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was passed and is working. To be tough on crime, we must hold the billionaires accountable that have put weapons from the battlefield into our backyards. And to be tough on crime, we must fund resources for communities that are most at risk to prevent violence before it happens. We have real solutions to save lives from gun violence and reduce violent crime, and now is the time to protect that progress and continue to build on that momentum.
I'm not used to that.
Thank you. And Chairman, if you will, I do want to request, we had a really terrible tragedy last night where 5 officers were shot and 3 were lost, and I would kindly like to request we honor them with a moment of silence, if you will.
Absolutely. Join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Mr. Jackson. That concludes our opening statements. We're now going to proceed with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Dr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mayor Bowser. I often say that trust is a series of promises kept, and it's been made clear that Congress can't trust the swamp to enforce the rule of law. Last week, this committee passed my bill, the District of Columbia's Home Rule Improvement Act,
swamp?
To ensure our nation's capital is safe, stable, and governed responsibly. Congressional oversight is vital to rehabilitate the District of Columbia from its chronic crime epidemic and restore law and order.
Oh, he's just reading it because he can't look people in the eye.
Policies, rampant corruption has left D.C. more dangerous than war-torn
good.
Baghdad.
There's the crazy.
This committee's investigation reveals Metro PD falsified crime statistics, while the Attorney General's office seals the juvenile criminals records to protect those so-called minors.
So-called minors?
They aren't kids. These are 24-year-old criminals.
What?
By allowing adults to be tried as minors, Washington, D.C. is aiding and abetting criminal activity that threatens the lives of residents, visitors, and everyone who works in our nation's capital. Washington, D.C. must earn back the trust of President Trump and Congress, but it does not happen just by blatantly
Are you just lying about shit,
crime statistics, seeking politically motivated litigation, and spending irresponsibly. Mayor Bowser, I must tell you, I've never felt safer in D.C. There's a record low crime rate, an increase in gang-related arrests, and friendly National Guardsmen patrolling the streets. Why is D.C. safer now than it was 38 days ago?
Oh,
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And as I explained when we were here 2 years ago, it is true that we experienced, like many places, a spike in 2023. I can say unequivocally, this is not 2023. In each of the past 2 years, we have driven down crime. In 2023, we finished the year 35% down. Last year, we finished the year, I believe, 24% down. And all throughout this year, we were driving down to more than a 20% decrease in violent crime. I have also testified that during the surge, we experienced many hundreds of federal officers and agencies that we typically work with, and we did experience further decreases in all categories. The most substantial was in carjackings.
Gotcha.
Okay,
now,
that's not
Chairman
the answer.
Mendelson, you voted in favor of the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 2013, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if this bill allows adults under 25 years old to be prosecuted as minors. In 2023, you testified before this committee that there was no crime crisis in D.C. Now, if there's no crime crisis, then why did you establish the D.C. Violence Fatality Review Committee back in 2018, right before passing the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act? In fact, hold on, no, done yet.
Sure.
In fact, this review committee, according to the D.C. Code, Chapter 14A, is tasked with examining crimes against adults 19 years old and older. This makes no sense. So, Chairman,
what? You're right. What you just said doesn't make any
adults
sense.
when they're victims, not the criminals creating them and creating more and more violent crimes.
Is he drunk?
Your juvenile curfew
I
emergency
think he has a
declaration resolution of
neurological
2025
disorder, but I
states,
don't know
since
for certain,
2023,
Neil.
the district has seen a rise in unruly
Yes,
behavior
his
by
family
juveniles.
has disavowed him
Which is it?
publicly with ads.
Yes or no? Do you admit that there has been a rise in juvenile crime here in D.C. under President Trump's declared public safety emergency?
That there's been a increase in juvenile crime in the last month. I've not seen the data. I don't think so, though.
Okay.
But let me just say that the Youth Rehabilitation Act doesn't allow adults to be prosecuted as minors. They're
Yeah.
still prosecuted as adults.
Well, I mean, it's very confusing when you have.
Well, no,
the
apparently
definition
it's
of a
not.
minor
Apparently you just
is,
misunderstood it.
25 and under.
Yeah.
And then your statistics actually, you look at victims at 19 years and younger. So it has to
What
be.
are we talking about?
See, statistically, you can make anything work with statistics.
Well,
what?
So it's got to be one way or the other.
As you know, each law sometimes has its own definition. So
Right. And
for purposes
sentencing
of YRA
guidelines and-
sentencing, we define
I love you, Mendelsohn.
younger adults.
I love you.
Under 24, but that's not the same as they're being prosecuted as juveniles. Our criminal code is quite clear
Yeah,
that
you idiot.
anyone who's under 18 is prosecuted as a
too much
juvenile
nitrous.
unless they are, for the most serious crimes, murder and sexual crimes, they are, by the U.S. Attorney, chosen
So,
to be
Gosar, you
prosecuted as
lied.
adults.
You're lying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're lying.
Chair
See, you've
recognizes,
got to yield
Mr.
back
Garcia
because
from
you're
California.
lying and you know it. You just got fucking
Thank you, Chairman
taken
Comer.
to the
I want to
fucking
just
yard.
also say this clearly. I know that we all believe this. Violent
Hate
crime, we know,
Gosar.
has no place in our communities. People absolutely have a right to be concerned about crime. As a former mayor, and a lot of us have been in local government, we know that those concerns are real on the ground. Now, Democrats believe in investing in solutions that actually make people safer. Now, Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelsohn, Attorney General Schwab, now, can each of you just confirm with a yes or a no that you agree with me that, one, we need to make sure that we have local officers on the beat, that, two, that we're investing in community partnerships and organizations on the ground, and three, that we're building trust with law enforcement? Are those things
Gosar
important,
is
Mayor
a
Bowser?
subpoena dodger.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
A.G. Schwab? Yes. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jackson, is it also true that President Trump has actually destroyed and eliminated many of the programs which fight gun violence and save lives?
Yes, sir.
And did President Trump also not eliminate the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, of which, of course, you were very involved in leading?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Jackson, is it not true that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the other work in the administration was literally focused on making this country safer?
That's correct.
Now, Mayor Bowser, as a former mayor, I know how hard, of course, you are working to keep people safe. You have said that mass ICE agents on the streets of D.C. are not helping, which I appreciate, and all of us appreciate. And of course, today we could be talking about more community policing. We could be talking about illegal guns. We could be talking about real partnerships and fully funding Washington, D.C. But we can't do that, of course, because the majority continues to ignore the crimes and corruption at 1600 Pennsylvania and the corruption of this administration.
Oh!
Now, we can't pull out a full map of Washington, D.C., but there are other corruption hotspots across the district. Now, let's look right next door to the White House. Here is the headquarters of the Office of Management and Budget.
Oh!
Just next door. OMB ordered the unlawful freezing of more than $425 billion in congressionally authorized funds. This ovulates the law. It's corruption. It's a crime. This has hurt communities in D.C. and across the country. They're blocking funds for energy, education, law enforcement, and much more. Now, let's go down the map a few miles south.
I mean, that
Here
is
is the
true.
Department of Homeland Security, where Secretary Noam has ordered unlawful deportations and unleashed massed federal agents to harm innocent people across the country. And we have no idea, by the way, of who's following that and who's not. Who's following what rule, who is not. What we do know is that the legal rights of people and due process is being ignored. If we go up the map back to the north on Maryland Avenue, we have the Department of Education, also in D.C., more crimes and corruption. Here, the Trump administration illegally froze billions of dollars of K-12 and adult education funding. They even froze funding for mental health. And they're trying to illegally dissolve the agency in violation of the law. again, more crimes and corruption in Washington, D.C.
I see
This would
you,
devastate
Neil.
children across the country, especially those with disabilities. Now, if we go back downtown, here's the Department of Commerce, where Trump and the Secretary are breaking the law by illegally imposing tariffs without congressional approval. And all is being done in violation of the law, according to the U.S. Court of Appeals. And finally, if we go across the river, another part of D.C., to the Pentagon, Secretary Hegseth is politicizing the military. He leaked classified information, putting Americans in uniform at risk, and he's illegally seized control of the National Guard and ordered soldiers to illegally engage in law enforcement activities. And so we can map D.C., we can map where crimes is happening, we can map where corruption is happening. This, of course, is all we know, just the tip of the iceberg. Now, we could list nearly every agency across the government and every federal building on a map at where crimes and corruption are happening in the district. But we will not, in this process, be silent where this crime and corruption is happening. I want to thank, again, all of our witnesses for your work to lower crime in the district and to lower the temperature across your population. I thank you all very much. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Goffman from Wisconsin.
Velosa.
Thank you very much. I'll point out this idea of crime going up or down.
Are you the gatekeeper?
Crime, it depends what year you take as your base here.
I love it.
I guess in Washington, D.C., the all-time high was in 1992.
Hey
We had
now,
482 murders. That's just almost beyond belief. Last year
Oh
we
my
had
God,
187.
Grothman.
If you go back 10
Check
years
his hard
to
drive right
2014,
now. He
we
creeps
had
me out.
105. So you could say the murder rate almost doubled, or you could look at what we were at 220 and say it fell dramatically. But in any event, I think
am the key master.
the number of murders in Washington, D.C. is an embarrassment. The amount of crime is an embarrassment.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
I guess the thing is what we're doing to solve it, and we just heard 4 experts apparently on the topic give their opinion. I sometimes, when I'm back in my district, which is not Washington, D.C., do ride-alongs with local police, local sheriffs, local police, what have you. And I ask them what the causes of crime, and almost uniformly they talk about the breakdown
went on a
of the
ride-along?
family, and how families are not as strong as they once were, is how they're not fathers in the family.
Oh my God.
And
I know
think
this
if you
guy is
look
going to
at,
turn out to be some kind
statistics
of
which are hard to find
abuser, Chester the
on
molester.
the
I'm telling you right
background
now.
of people committing
I'm
crimes.
going to call it now.
You frequently look at what I would describe as weak families and fatherless families.
What?
Nevertheless,
Oh no,
four
I had
of
a
you
fatherless
prepared
family.
statements and talked about what we're doing
My
to
own,
reduce crime.
with my
Not
daughter.
one
It
of
was
you
great.
mentioned,
It's worked out wonderful. Thank you very much.
The decline of the role in the father.
10 out of 10.
Role of the father in the family over the last, it's been just getting worse over the last 60 years. I'd like to ask you, are any of you doing anything
Let's hear it for
to try to
fatherless
keep more
households. Am I
fathers
right?
at home and being mentors for these kids? The vast majority of murders are committed by males. Are you
Why don't
doing
we just
anything
lock up all the
along
males?
line to get the fathers back in the home?
What? Congressman, let me answer that by
Can you
saying
say something
we,
strong,
and I know
please,
that
Mayor
I
Bowser?
focused a lot on our law enforcement efforts, but we commit to and invest in a lot of prevention efforts as well, from incredible and effective funding of our public schools to our.
I only got 5
Not
minutes
anymore.
to
Yes,
to
address
our-
the topic. What are
Yes.
we doing to get fathers in the home?
Oh my
Well,
God.
Sir, we take the position that we support families in whatever form they come in.
Yeah.
And we make investments that the government is responsible for. Great schools, great
There you go,
health
Lee.
care, safe streets.
Mr. Jackson, could you want to try to answer that question?
Oh, my
Are
God.
you doing anything?
Yes,
Talk about the
a
importance.
major priority for funding for community violence intervention programs focused directly on mentorship with young men. In D.C., we have a program called Pathways. We work directly with those who are most at risk, and it's about everything from not just preventing violence, but how to strengthen their ability to be fathers, to be leaders, to be providers and protectors in the home.
Well, are we doing anything to make sure that a higher percentage of children born in the district are born in families in which there's a father in the home?
What?
Are we doing something to address that problem.
He
which to
really
me is
wants
the
you
big
to
problem.
try and matchmake.
And again, we have these hearings on crime, and none of the
Oh, my
witnesses seem to
God.
be addressing the root cause of the whole problem.
If I can, that $812 million that was terminated by the Trump administration cut community violence intervention programs. Many of them do precisely that. So if that's a priority, we should be funding, doubling down, and scaling out that work.
Yeah, that is a good answer.
I'm not sure that's true, but any other guys, Mr. Schwab, are you aware of anybody doing anything to talk about the importance with Washington's youth
Of having a dick in your house?
dad at home when that child is born? Is
God, you know what? I
anybody
think
addressing that
actually
problem
having
in
a
the
dad
city?
in my home
Every
would have
day,
ruined
all
my
day, sir,
daughter. So
people
how
are
about
talking about
that?
how do we
I
strengthen
think
the
my daughter
family,
came
how do we
out
strengthen
better
communities for young
because she
people,
had
how
a
do we make
strong
sure that
mother.
young people
How about
have role
that?
models, family members, and others. Let me mention one other thing that's important from the work that my
I
office
can't.
does that doesn't make a lot of press. But one of the things we have a responsibility to do is do child support enforcement. And we know
No,
that
that's not the problem. The problem
non-custodial-
is we don't need a guy paying child support or having his wages garnished.
What?
The problem is we need a guy in the home. So what are we doing about getting the guy in the home?
We're trying to make sure in the enforcement of our child support rules that we are lowering the friction between non-custodial parents and custodial parents.
I'm so
that
confused.
kids raised in the home have
So we're
both
not
parents
addressing the
engaged.
problem. Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't agree that we're not addressing the problem at all. We are trying to increase family stability. We, government, no government can force.
Yeah, thank you for
a
finally
couple
saying
to be
it.
together. But we are, for instance, we have vigorous programs with regard to reducing teenage pregnancy.
Judge,
We are trying
Can
to
we
reduce
actually just
Gentleman's
say
time
to this
expired.
guy, your
Chair
question is
recognizes Ms.,
inappropriate, sir?
Norton from Washington, D.C.
That's what I would do. I would say, your question,
Mr. Chairman.
your question is inappropriate. Your question assumes that households need a male presence. That is inappropriate and offensive. And that's what I would have said. Yes, I reject your premise, sir. I am offended as a single mother from the fucking jump, from being pregnant. I am offended if you think somehow having a male in my house would have made something different about the way my daughter was raised. You can go fuck yourself, because no one was there when I was pregnant. No one was there when I was raising that baby and trying to hold down a full-time job. Okay? So go fuck yourselves. That's what I would have said to him. Oh, I'm so offended by that. I'm so offended by the fact that men have to be involved in everything. Because guess what? They're not there when you need them. Oh, I'm just going to be like, whatever. I can't.
Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 60 groups led by D.C. Vote, a letter from 150 groups led by the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and a letter from the National Urban League and the Greater Washington Urban League.
Without objection, to ordered.
I know what they're talking
District
about,
of Columbia
Karen.
residents have all
And it's
the
offensive.
obligations of American citizenship, including paying federal taxes, serving on juries, and registering with Selective Service. Yet Congress denies
Well, I don't
them
have any
full
men, so I must be doing
self-government
okay.
and voting representation in Congress. The only solution to this undemocratic treatment is to grant D.C. statehood. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from leading constitutional scholars explaining why D.C. statehood bill H.R. 51 is constitutional.
Without objection, to ordered.
The admissions clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to admit new states. All 37 new states were admitted by Congress. The district clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to reduce the
Somebody
size
counsel
of the federal
blames the
district,
Kirk
which
murder on
Congress
Obergefell?
did by 30%
They're gonna try everything.
in 1846.
They're going to really
H.R.
ride that death,
51
boy, into the ground.
reduces the size of the federal district
Literally.
from 68 square miles to 2 square miles, consisting of the White House, the Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the National Mall, and remaining under the control of Congress, the remaining under control of Congress. The new state consists of residential and commercial areas of D.C. The admissions clause does not establish any prerequisites for the admission of new states, but Congress generally has considered three factors: support for statehood, commitment to democracy, and resources and population.
I'm going to start my compound, and then when everybody retires,
D.C. residents voted for statehood in 2016. D.C. residents have demanded democratic rights for more than 220 years. D.C. has a larger gross domestic population than 16 states and a higher per capita gross domestic product than any state. D.C. has the higher per capita personal income than any state. D.C. has a larger population than 2 states. Republicans do not like that D.C. votes for Democrats.
Tom. It turns out
so
Tyler was upset
DC
that someone he cared
statehood.
about was being dehumanized.
Mayor Bowser,
It is time to
Chairman
wake up.
Mendelson and Attorney
stop the
General
hate.
Schwab, my question for you is, why
Can I
should
contribute to the guest house fund? Oh, hell
be
yeah.
a state?
Oh, my God. That's a great idea, Jay Rance. That's a great idea. It'll be like a retreat for people.
Representative Norton.
That's it. Oh, my God, I
Across the
see it.
globe, Washington, D.C. symbolizes the power and the virtue of a representative
I'm going to open a new
a government
new
that is of the
retreat.
people, by the people, and for the people.
12
And yet,
acres of
the
forest, 3 hours from
700,000
Toronto.
of us
Okay.
that live here in the District of Columbia
I'm
are
gonna
the
open a
only
retreat, you
residents
guys.
of the capital of a democratic
Oh
country
my God.
that do not have a voice in our national legislature.
I really want to do this.
That's wrong. That's un-American. D.C. residents are Americans too.
Oh my God.
The lack of voting representation
Not a
harms
cult,
the District
a
of
retreat.
Columbia. We, at this moment in our country, should be
Oh,
expanding
good, Tom.
democracy,
Did you put
not
another? I
constraining
can't
it.
find that property you and I were looking at, Tom.
And
sorry.
Congresswoman, if I can
I talked
add
over
to
that.
Attorney
I'm gonna
General
shut up.
Schwab's remark, because frequently people focus on our lack of representation, and that is certainly an affront to us as tax-paying Americans. What gets less focus, but has come into focus over the last several weeks, is that we lack full autonomy. So for all intents and purposes, we function like a state. I function as our jurisdiction's governor and county executive and mayor. We perform
And city
the
manager.
duties that all states are asked, and we don't do anything less. But we don't have control of our National Guard, and a peculiarity
so much,
of our
Meowing
home
Star.
rule charter, a president can declare
And I
an
know every
emergency,
parent can be
in the
problematic.
district. So lack of
Don't get me
full
wrong.
autonomy also prevents us from using the money
I'm
that
just
we
offended
raised
by
in
the
taxes,
suggestion.
like happened this year. Taxes that we raised in the district cut
I worked
from
hard.
our approved budget.
I think single
which
moms,
forced
single
us,
parents work
to
really
cut
hard.
services, including the pay raises that our police officers are due, being delayed until this October.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now the chair recognizes the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendelson, is
They
crime
really
up or
needed
down
that
in the last
murder.
month here in D.C.?
It's down.
Down significantly, right? Robberies down 42%, deadly weapon assaults down 13%, carjackings down 85%,
It's Jimmy
car theft down
Jordan.
24%, violent crime down 25%. That's pretty good, right?
I
Yeah,
got
that's
the
correct.
Jimmy
Before
Jordan.
last year, before the surge, violent crime was down 26%. After the surge, violent crime was down 27%.
Yeah, I thought you would say that before the surge that violent crime was down. But the chairman of the Fraternal Order, in fact, you said.
Oh,
I think
no,
you
no, no.
tweeted
The
out-
police
or
union?
you put a statement out on August 12th. Violent crime in the district is at its lowest levels we've seen in 30 years.
Correct.
But the head of the Fraternal Order of Police, Mr. Pemberton, said when our
police
members
union?
respond to the scene of a felony
Fuck the
offense,
police union.
inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on the scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense.
Okay, so that sounds like
Are you guys
feelings.
cooking the books?
That sounds like
I
feelings.
think we're not, but I also know that there are a couple of investigations run by this
Well, you settled a
committee.
case too, didn't you? You just settled a case where someone said you were cooking the books. Is that right?
I can't speak to that case. I don't have familiarity.
Well, we know
of
it was settled. It's been reported.
But I do know there are collateral statistics that affirm the reduction
Is
in
Mr.
crime.
Pemberton lying? Head of the FOP?
Yes.
Yes.
You think he's lying?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, let me just read from the court case that was settled. This is the transcript of Mr. Randy Griffin, who's the commander of the Metro Police Department.
Okay.
And he was asked the question in this deposition. He says, Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski came up with the classification of taking property without right, correct? He responded, yes. Question, so he's saying that you told him to come up with a solution for the theft problem, which is driving up crime statistics for the district, correct? He responded, yes.
What?
Sounds like you guys are cooking the books there, according to, this is under oath from the deposition from this case that was just
I think
settled
you
with the
need
person
to
who brought
read
the
the whole
action,
thing.
Sergeant
What?
in your police department, but you're not cooking the books?
Congressman, may I?
The question was to Mr. Mendelson.
No.
As I said, there are 2 investigations. I know there's one internal in the Metropolitan Police Department. I know that there's an investigation by this committee. I think that the 3 of us
What's
here
taking
welcome
property
that
without right?
investigation.
What's taking property without right?
Oh, that would be theft.
Why not? Well, why not call it theft? Why come up with this designation? In
Oh
fact,
my
that's what
God.
he says. He's asked the question. He
Congressman, I
said,
can't
Wait,
the solution,
so we just changed-
solution
wait.
from Mr. Zabowski.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you kidding me right now? So they're talking about semantics? But the statistic is still there? Wait a minute. Let me just make sure I get this absolutely motherfucking crystal clear in my mind. You're telling me that all they did was change wording, but the statistic remains. It's not like the statistic goes away. The data doesn't go away. The data is just reclassified. I can't fucking understand this. I really don't fucking... this is the biggest fucking boondoggle. Oh, Northwest Michigan. That's right. Oh, my God. Our refugees need... Michigan is, like, on my list. It's, like, in the top 3.
Was to come up with this TPWR, taking property without right. What is that? Taking property without right is what again?
If you're speaking to the particular charges, I can't speak to that.
Yeah,
and
just
as
say
I've
it's
said
not my
several times
job.
here, I can't speak to that particular case. I think the issue is whether there is
I'm asking a
widespread...
simple question. You have a classification for crime called taking property without right. What does that mean? What does that mean?
You just asked that.
It means just what it said, if that's what the crime is.
Well, why not call it? I mean, what would a normal person call taking property without right?
Are we talking about what the criminal code and the specific
No, I'm just
crimes
talking
are?
about that statement that you have that's grown 500% in the last several years. That specific category of crime.
500%?
I'm just wondering what does that exactly mean?
In the last how many years?
So if we look at collateral data such as ShotSpotter, we know that gunshots are down 29% from 23
Taking
to
property
24.
without right was the question. What does that mean?
I've already answered you, sir.
Yeah.
And what'd you say again?
It's
I
theft.
said that
What
if
is
you're
your
speaking
problem?
to a particular offense in our criminal
God
code,
damn.
I cannot speak to that particular offense.
Why not just call it stealing? That's what we would all. Someone comes and takes something that belongs to me, or someone comes and takes something that belongs to you. We call it stealing. Why create this new category that grows 500% that I think allows you to
But it's
cook
still
the
there.
books
Sir,
as
Okay,
the
so
head of
clearly the
FOP,
data
as
is
your
still
city
there.
said so.
No, as
It's a
the
change
chair
in
of the Judiciary
terminology.
Committee,
This is dumb.
There are for
This is so
many
dumb.
offenses a range of
Yes, exactly.
possible charges from misdemeanor to felony.
That's
and
right.
different shades of felony.
And you can create different levels based on...
I'm not
Oh, my
familiar
God.
with that particular offense.
This is so
Is it a good thing
stupid.
that, are you against having the National Guard here, or do you think that's been helpful to the citizens and the families and the people who live in the D.C. area?
I'm against it.
We think that the D.C. National Guard is a very valuable and wonderful asset to the city. That's a little bit different than having thousands of guard troops stationed around the city when there is not they are not trained in law enforcement, and my understanding is that many of them were looking kind of bored with what they were doing.
My time is run out. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I want to thank the witnesses for your willingness to come before the committee and help us with our work. Mayor Bowser, back in March, the Republican leadership here in the House cut $1.1 billion from the D.C. budget.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
So I live in Boston. We have about 700,000 people in our city, pretty much the same size as D.C. I know taking $1 billion out of our budget would kill us, in terms of our ability to deliver services and fund a police department. Can you talk about what that meant? It is ironic. It is ironic that the same people who cut $1.1 billion out of your budget 4 months later are saying, we're going to take over the city because you're not taking care of law enforcement.
That's correct, Congressman. And it was especially problematic because it came mid-year. To cut $1 billion with 12 months is bad enough, but to cut it with 6 months, it's almost impossible.
And Mayor, tell me where that $1.1 billion, where did it come from?
It came from every one of our sectors. And when you have to cut that much money,
the source, was that from D.C. taxpayers?
100% local dollars.
Okay, so they cut $1.1 billion of the tax money paid by D.C. residents.
That's correct.
They cut that from your budget so that you can't provide as much law enforcement and police officers to patrol these streets. Is that right?
That's right.
And Chairman Mendelson, you mentioned earlier that it had about $83 million underfunding of the police department directly. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's an emergency planning and security fund that Congress appropriates every year for. It is supposed to fully reimburse our MPD for its work in connection with the federal presence, whether it's demonstrations or escorts for the.
I get it. There's a protest down there every week, every couple of days. So I compliment you on your ability to try to deal with that. And that's not D.C.'s problem. That's the country, because this is the place we come to exercise our First Amendment rights to petition our government. So that's a lot of your problem, is the fact that you are our nation's capital, and this is where we come to complain, right? We complain to our federal government, and you have to deal with that. Attorney General Schwab, are you familiar with the Posse Comitatus Act?
I am, sir.
Your mic is not on.
Yes, the Posse Comitatus Act is a law, long-standing law in our country that makes clear that in our country, military are not
November
engaged
5th?
in policing
Okay, thank you so
American
much,
citizens on American soil.
Absolutely, but isn't that what President Trump is doing right now, bringing in the military to police the civilian population in this district? That's exactly what he's doing. Is that your view as well?
Well, sir, I've filed a lawsuit that involves that very issue in terms of the legality.
I read that. That's why I asked you the question.
And so while a lawsuit is pending, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the
Thank you for that
lawsuit or the merits of
translation,
it, but I am very concerned about the law of our country being followed, especially when it puts the district and district residents in harm's way.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, so now we have armed military on the streets here in D.C. because they cut your budget so you can't hire more police, and also to recruit more police officers. That's suffering as well. And yet I see that.
There you go, Badge.
Not only is the military being politicized, coming in here and supporting one president's agenda, but they're also suffering the humiliation of having to go pick up trash and do landscaping and spreading mulch, things like that. That is not what we ask of our sons and daughters when they put on that uniform. We should treat them with more respect than this president is treating them right now. Madam Mayor, how many additional police officers do you think you could hire with that $1.1 billion that was cut from your budget?
I know,
well,
that's not
we think we
humiliating
can
work.
safely hire up to 300 officers
his point,
per
but-
year. We know that we can add to our
Yeah.
recruitment bonuses. We know that we can invest in the types of things that young officers
mean,
want.
it's true, it's not their
like
job,
take-home
but
patrol cars,
it's not
like
humiliating
updated
work.
training facilities, and improved district headquarters.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
But yeah, it's not a good
Thank
use
you,
of their
Mr. Chairman. Mayor
bills, I
Bowser,
guess.
I'm going to ask you a simple question based
God.
on the question you
Oh,
were just asked.
rapture faster.
Do you commit to use all that money to hire law enforcement people?
But that's not
We commit
No.
to using it for
The way it's been
where it
allocated.
was cut primarily. We have
No, I just need to know yes or no. Will you, because you're making a big deal about wanting that money for law enforcement. Would you use it for law enforcement? Yes or no?
No, well, Congressman, we want the money because it was approved by this Congress and
Okay.
it's our money.
Thank you.
We
Thank you.
want
I
it
take
for
that-
law enforcement.
I take that as a no.
We want it
No,
for fire
that's not a
and
no,
EMS.
you stupid
We
cunt.
want
to
it
change
to
the way
dusty
I'm
cunt.
our
asking you
city.
questions. Mayor Bowser,
crusty
my
cunt.
time.
crusty
My
cunt.
time.
There'll be order in here.
Fuck
Let
that
Dr.
cunt.
Fox has the time. Let Dr. Fox proceed.
She
Dr.
no
Fox.
doctor.
Mayor Bowser, do you agree that a key part of reducing juvenile crime
Oh dear.
is by improving education outcomes for students in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Good. So you believe that education is important for reducing juvenile crime. Do you also agree that the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Program, or D.C. OSP, which expands educational opportunities for low-income families, plays a part of helping us reach that goal?
We have a system of choice here that includes opportunity scholarships, public charter schools, and traditional public schools.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
All three.
quite familiar with that.
Yep.
So we know students in the D.C. OSP can receive a high-quality education while they may be otherwise left behind in the horribly underperforming schools in D.C.
I don't think
This
they're horribly
program provides
underperforming.
real school choices for families, been repeatedly studied and evaluated. The results show that participants
DC
in the
is like a
program
leader in
thrive and
public
see
charter
higher
schools.
rates
I
of
mean,
high
they
school
are like one of the
graduation and
model
pursuit
cities.
of higher education.
Like,
Mayor Bowser,
school
given
choice
the
is
recent
huge in
spike
DC.
in juvenile crime in the city, I hope we can agree it's more important now than ever that
Are they
school
bad?
children have pathways to succeed and learn
I thought the public
in
charters
safe,
were okay.
high-performing schools. What is your administration doing to ensure students have access to alternative
Well, you cut the
education
1.1
programs,
billion, so probably
including
part of that
the
was
DC
education.
OSP, to keep them engaged and on track?
Well,
Yeah, they
we
probably are
have
horribly
been very supportive of the SOAR Act, and we encourage this Congress to continue to support SOAR, where we invest in all sectors, including the Opportunity Scholarship Fund. We're also very proud that when we look back over 15 years in our investments in school reform with mayoral control of the schools and council oversight of the schools, we've seen enrollment in our schools nearly reach 100,000. We've seen achievement outpace our
that's too
peer
bad.
schools across
Yeah,
the
I thought
nation.
the public charters
and
were
our
pretty
children
strong in
have
DC, but-
rebounded from COVID learning loss faster than most.
Thank you.
And
Thank
our
you.
Well,
residents
I
are
actually,
responding.
Mayor.
I actually
Thank you.
ran a public
Okay, I
charter
just
school in
wanna
Million
add
Star,
that our
so I know a
residents are
lot about
responding by
that,
sending
and I don't agree
their
with
children
you on
to
that.
their
Now,
neighborhood
there could be some
schools.
that do,
That
but
is
I
a marker
do
of
take
success.
exception with that
Thank you.
statement because I ran a
Chairman
public
Mendelson,
charter, and I have
given
definite
that better
opinions about
educational
charter schools.
opportunities are strongly
that might surprise you,
correlated
but
with reducing
I don't agree that they
reductions in
inflate it.
juvenile crime.
It's hard to
what
do that.
immediate steps
You have a
is the
state
city council
oversight,
taking
so
to
you-
ensure that DC
there's a lot of
youth have the
oversight
best
and a board of
educational
directors and shit,
opportunities
so.
and are not left behind in failing schools?
Well, Congresswoman, thank
do
you
the
for
same
that
data as
question.
public
We actually, the
schools.
council has actually taken a number of steps to ensure that funding is not cut to our local schools, that the individual schools
that's
in
the case, then
DCPS
everybody
and in the
inflates their
charter schools
performance.
are fully funded. We have been very aggressive about
Which
assuring
could be
that.
true.
But I want to note that the legislation that was passed would have the effect of
There's a lot to
cutting
unpack in
DCPS
terms
by
of
$17.5 million a year. That is hurting
education.
kids, hurting 50,000 kids kids in our DCPS system because they will get $17.5 million less, and that is substantial.
But
Thank
like
you.
private schools,
A.G.
private is
Schwab,
different.
What evidence
Private
does
is
your
different.
office have that designated juvenile
Yeah, private
curfew
schools can
zones
definitely
have
do more because
successfully
of less
reduced
oversight.
incidents of teenagers
So there's
roaming
that's
or
a different
causing
story.
disturbances
Public
in
charters
residential neighborhoods,
are very
and how are
different
those
than
results
private
measured?
charters or religious schools.
We have seen,
that is very
and I
different.
support the chief's
And there I
use
could see.
of
I don't know what
curfew
their
with
oversight
respect to
is, except
juveniles.
for a board.
The way the curfew has been used here in the district is a tool for the MPD to ask young people to disperse.
At the
If there
same
are
time,
large
I'm not
groups
a
of them,
fan
that has
of
been
charter.
largely successful. If you
Yes,
have
you
not
are. Sorry,
dispersed in
Meowing Star.
response to the
Private
MPD
charter,
request,
totally different.
MPD will occasionally
guess that's
pick
the
those youth
distinction.
up and bring them to what's called our Youth Services
makes
Center,
sense.
where their parents are called and they're brought
I worked
home.
at a private
We have
school,
not
and I
seen
only
an
had a board of
increase in
directors
prosecution related to curfew, but
over,
we know anecdotally that
you
the
know, like I
curfew,
reported
at least
to.
as a short-term measure, has been effective in dispersing
That's
large
internal,
crowds of young
and you could probably
Thank you.
you know,
You'll
play
make Mr.
fast and
Chairman.
loose
Thank
with
you.
that.
Before I
Mr. Chairman,
recognize-
I would like to ask for unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a article from Vox News entitled "Laboratories of Democracy: Washington, D.C. showed how to do universal pre-K right. D.C. offers free pre-K for toddlers. The ripple effects have helped K through 12 schools." This is the first
without
city in
objections
the
ordered.
United States
Without
to have
objections
universal
ordered.
pre-K in the country.
Chair recognizes
They
Mr.
are
Kristamorte.
innovating and leading the
Ms.
way.
Stainsbury, no tryouts for MSNBC. Chair recognizes, and before I recognize Mr.
No, I would
Kristamorte,
say I'm
if I
offended by
may,
your remark. What is wrong with these
That $1
people?
billion is restored in the continuing resolution that we're going to vote on tomorrow.
It hasn't been taken up. The Senate took it up a long time ago, and this House has
I've been
refused
a
to take that
proponent
up.
for that. And
So let's not
I've
talk about
publicly-
what we're going to do. Let's talk about what we've done.
Well, are you going to vote for the CR, Mr. Lynch? Are the Democrats going to vote for the CR that restores that $1
haven't
billion
read it.
funded one?
I haven't read it yet.
Okay.
Let me know what it says.
All right, we'll send you the text. Chair recognizes Mr. Kristamorte.
Where is that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though we're here today to discuss President Trump's takeover of D.C. law enforcement, Chicago, which I represent, is also on Trump's hit list. President Trump has demonized and called Chicago a, quote, hellhole. Attorney General Schwab, in August, the president called D.C. a hellhole as well, right?
Yes, he did.
He also said, quote, Chicago is the murder capital of the world. And just yesterday, he called Chicago, quote, a death trap. I have here a list of states that, based on FBI data, have the highest number of violent crimes per capita. 4 of the top 5 states on this list are run by Republicans. And if you're talking about total murders in absolute terms, it turns out Texas is number 1. In this particular list here, Illinois is number 29. Now, Attorney General, you see Alaska tops this list. To your knowledge, the president hasn't called Alaska a hellhole, right?
I have not heard that.
And Arkansas is number 4 here. He didn't call Arkansas a hellhole, correct?
I've not heard that.
And you haven't heard the president talk about deploying the National Guard in Texas, correct?
I have not.
Folks, this isn't about crime. It's about politics. Just this week, Trump said, quote, I'm going to Chicago early against Pritzker. Pritzker is nothing. That's not how a president should be talking about any governor or any state. I'd like to talk about the National Guard deployment here in D.C. and the cost of it. Now, Mr. Jackson, as you said, I believe that the D.C. deployment is going to cost over $200 million, correct?
Correct. That's a projection.
Let's see how this money is being used. Trump says it's for fighting crime. But here's a guardsman carrying trash. Here's a guardsman mowing the lawn. Here's a very nice gentleman, a guardsman carrying a leaf blower. Honorable work, certainly, but this is not why the taxpayers fund the National Guard. If Trump was serious about crime, he wouldn't cut nearly $4 million in federal funding for local violence prevention groups in Chicago.
There's the continuing
Attorney
resolution
General,
text.
You'd agree the president should be funding
An
these
overview.
crime prevention programs, not cutting them, right?
As I said in my testimony, sir,
Wait a minute,
prosecution
that's the wrong
and
one. I'm so
prevention
sorry.
are both
Ignore
essential
that.
to making sure cities are safe, and we have to do both. Crime intervention work, violence intervention work has been successful here in the District of Columbia in terms
You shouldn't be cutting that
of
work,
driving
right?
gun violence down. We need to invest in it.
Not cut it, right?
Correct.
This week, I want to turn to another topic. In Elgin, a Chicago suburb in my district, an American citizen was pulled from his home, cuffed, and detained by ICE. And another U.S. citizen in Des Plaines, also in my district, was tased in the face and detained in another ICE operation. This is shameful, and I'm extremely concerned about the safety and well-being of my constituents. I'm also concerned about the devastating impact that out-of-control ICE raids and the deployment of the National Guard will have on the economy and jobs back in the Chicago area. Let's look at a couple stats. Foot traffic for Chicago's second most profitable business corridor on 26th Street is down 60% since ICE raids began. And this is not just a hypothetical concern that the same would happen with the deployment of National Guard. Let's look at what's happened to D.C.'s economy. Mr. Schwab, CNN has reported restaurant reservations decreased by as much as 31%, and foot traffic in retail stores is down 81%. Those reports show that the president's unilateral deployment of the Guard is hurting the local economy, right?
That's consistent.
Folks, our economy is softening. Unemployment and prices for necessities like vegetables are soaring. Mr. President, let's put aside politics and hostility toward governors and elected officials. Let's not take actions that hurt families and the economy. I'd like to turn to my final topic, and that's domestic violence. Attorney General Schwab, according to The Hill, President Trump suggested that, quote, a little fight with the wife shouldn't count in D.C. crime stats. You don't dispute The Hill reported this, right?
I saw that.
But there's nothing little about 12,000 victims.
No, Meowing
of
Star, I kind
domestic
of
violence in
overreacted.
DC,
You're
or
right.
nothing little
Private
about
schools are so
50,000
different, and
Illinoisans
that's usually what people
experiencing
assume.
domestic violence,
Charters.
correct?
So it was my thinking too.
There's
so
nothing
you're not in
little
the wrong.
about 12,000 children,
should
more
have
than
asked more
12,000 children who
questions.
witnessed domestic violence in Chicago either, right?
It's traumatizing.
It's abhorrent that the president routinely dismisses violence faced by women. And given his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, this attitude, unfortunately, comes as no surprise. Let's be clear. There's nothing little about domestic violence, not the scale of the problem or the courage of the survivors. I yield back.
I don't think you're wrong, Max.
Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you,
You're not
Mr.
wrong.
Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank
I
God,
thank the
because
gentleman for
Higgins,
yielding.
nobody
On
can
August
listen to you
11th,
today.
2025, the day the president
here we
took action
go.
here in D.C., Councilman Allen said this: the president taking over local control of the MPD and putting the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's an extreme, outrageous, and dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents. Do you agree with that statement by Councilmember Allen, Attorney General Schwab?
I do believe that the presence of thousands of armed troops in the district has been a problem and counterproductive for public safety in the district.
Counterproductive, dangerous. He said the second sentence, dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents. How is 85% reduction in carjackings dangerous for the city? For the city's
I don't
residents?
believe that
Chairman Mendelson, do you believe that do you
85% is
agree with
right.
Mr. Councilman Allen's statement?
Well, if the question is about the National Guard reducing carjackings, I don't think the National Guard was involved in reducing carjackings.
I'm asking about this statement. Do you agree with Councilman Allen's statement?
Could you repeat the statement again?
President taking over local control of the MPD and the U.S. military on the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's dangerous, outrageous, and extreme move for our city and the safety of our residents.
If you'll recall, at the time that he said that, the order from
said that the day it happened.
Yes, the order from the Attorney
Yeah.
General was that all orders within MPD would have to be approved by.
How about you, Mayor? Do you agree with the councilman's statement?
But would have to be approved by the
Asking the mayor now. I'm
DEA.
asking
I
the
know,
mayor
but I
now.
didn't finish my sentence.
Wow.
It has to be
Mayor, the
approved by the
question. We control the
DEA.
time. Mayor
That's
Bowser, do you
complete
agree?
disorganization.
I thought it was
Mr.
in
Jordan,
Lancaster.
I think the statement is not what happened, actually. So the Home Rule Charter allows the president to make requests of MPD through the mayor. It does not allow the president to take over MPD, which at no time happened.
Well, I'll just point out that it seems to me
God,
you
Jim, you
disagree
are
because
0
you
for
said
2.
2 weeks ago, we greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been
You're
able to
0
do
for
with the
2.
city. We know that when carjackings go down, when gun use goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer.
Trying to be
Seems like
nice.
Councilman Allen doesn't
No
know what
worries,
he's talking
Tom.
about.
Have a good day.
Looks
Be
like you
careful out
definitely
there.
disagree with him.
We, having more officers enhance the effectiveness of MPD allowed us to accelerate crime reduction.
Representative Higgins.
But it's not sustainable. It's the equivalent of having more police
Thank you,
officers.
Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman
What don't
from
we get?
Ohio.
Oh, here's
We are
the fucking
constantly at odds with
Ambien babe.
the leadership of D.C.
How many Ambien did you take, Higgins?
as a body, Congress, from the Republican side of the aisle, because there's a fundamental difference between the ideological perspective of the elected officials of D.C. and the majority of Americans
And the
across
data?
the country. And this is their
No, there
nation's
isn't.
capital.
Shut up.
And we have
That is such a weak lie.
we can admit that. It's okay to have ideological variances.
No, that's not
the city
actually
of D.C.
true.
plays a special role,
You can't lie.
and it's our
about
nation's
that.
capital. So there
here we
needn't
go.
be this level of friction when we're discussing variances of political and social opinion that exist within our own family. But
What? Whose
this
family?
battle
Whose family?
about the authority of Congress within our nation's capital and over our nation's capital that doesn't have to be a fight.
What are you talking
Congress
about?
shall have the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district. The indispensable necessity of complete authority at the seat of government carries its own
It also
evidence
has a
with it.
hierarchical structure. That's also in
is
place, sir.
Baked into the birth of our country.
A lot of stuff is baked into it.
And I have respect for the process that has elected you, good lady, and you, gentlemen. And I very much respect you, Sir Mr. Jackson, of everybody here. You're plugged into the reality of the street.
Oh,
and I
my
would like
God.
to talk to you further about some of the programs that you embrace. That's a different conversation. That's not elected guys with scripted answers scrubbed by attorneys. You're for real, and I'd like to talk to you more.
What?
I was happy to yield much of my time to the gentleman from Ohio. And, Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this hearing.
How are you?
I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent.
Okay.
I don't even understand what he was
consent to
talking
enter
about.
into the record this August 22nd, 2025 article from CNN titled "GOP Governors Are Sending Troops to D.C. Their states have 10 cities with higher crime rates," which shows the blatant hypocrisy of the GOP when their states have higher crime rates.
Without
than
objection,
DC,
so ordered.
and yet choose to pretend
Chair
otherwise.
recognizes.
Stop talking. You fucking lawyers. Talk about fucking
Thank you very
lawyers,
much,
Higgins.
Mr.
How about
Chairman,
the two idiots
and,
behind
thank you and
Homer?
the Vice Chair for convening us, the ranking member, I should say. Madam Mayor, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
And you have a very tough job, and it goes without saying that the 800-pound gorilla in this room is a realization that you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back, and you're strapped in as a result of policies and rulings and law that prevent you in many instances from being the mayor that you want to be every day without being constrained. So I just want to say that on the record. It's easy for a lot of people to point fingers, but until you sat in that seat and had to make those decisions, it's very difficult. And one of your arms have been tied behind your back. Let's make no mistake about that. I want to thank all of you who are here, but one thing that I want to do is to go back and underscore the comments of Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Yes.
I brought this up at the
recall
last
that, Max.
meeting that we had here on the District of Columbia, and that is the fact that at the end of the day, so much of this can be traced back to the imposition of policy on a governed people without their participation. Let me repeat that. The imposition of policy without participation by the citizens, the Americans, It's just as it was with the Boston Tea Party, comes down to taxation.
Yeah, but you're not Clay
without
Higgins,
representation.
Josh.
When you can't
Okay, you're
even
not
fight for
a
yourself,
Chud MAGA
stand for
that
yourself,
we know of.
vote for yourself.
Otherwise,
That's
you're a
wrong.
great actor.
That's wrong.
Props to you.
In 1973, let's get some of this on the record so that we have some perspective. D.C. got the Home Rule Act, and you were able to elect your first mayor and your first city council. And Walter Washington transitioned from his previous position to be that first elected mayor. In 1978, some of you will remember that full congressional representation was in the form of an amendment, and that amendment failed because you couldn't get, not you, the district, but the nation couldn't get the requisite number of states to ratify it. In 1982, voters here in the District of Columbia voted to approve a constitution for a new state. Some of you will recall that was called the New Columbia. And yet it was ignored by this Congress over and over and over again. Marion Barry came up here on this hill so many times to make the argument for the people of Washington that fairness has to be fair. It just can't be proportioned out when we feel like it. In 1990, Congressman Walter Fauntroy, myself, Marion, Jesse Jackson, and so many others put together freedom train rides from D.C. to New England, making a stop in each city along the way, making the case for statehood, and urging Americans up and down the coast to support it. In 1993, I was proud, along with your current delegate, to vote for the first D.C. statehood bill here in the Congress. And let me just point out one thing. Not one Republican voted for that bill. And that bill went down. It went down after a great deal of fight by a vote of 153 to 277. 2016, D.C. voters voted to approve a statehood referendum. The people voted 86% to approve that. This Congress ignored it. In 2020, the 116th Congress, H.R. 51 became the next statehood bill. It was defeated. And the following year, in the 117th Congress, we came back with the same bill. It was defeated again without any votes or representation from the other side. So at some point in time, you have to ask yourself, if this is so partisan, what is the issue? Now, some people argue the issue is racial. I know I shouldn't say that, but I'm going to say it because people feel that way. They think that if this was any other population, majority population, that this would not be taking place. We all know that it's partisan, even though some people will say it's not partisan.
That's right.
Because the district tends to vote Democratic. So let's not play games here. Let's be honest and true. And if we are true about making sure that Americans, no matter where they are, but especially here in this district,
Boy, they really
have
need
rights
this
that
death
others
to
don't have. Stop
last
treating
them
the
a
District
minute,
of Columbia
right?
like a donor state. They
They are
donate their
so
taxes. They donate their military
taking
officers. They
advantage of a
donate their
death.
brain trust.
I've
and
never
they give
seen
of themselves.
such an
And
obvious-
at some point in time, we as a body have to give back.
Weird.
Taxation without representation is as wrong today as it was when the Boston Tea Party exploded over the same issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Mfume. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, all of the witnesses, for coming in today. Attorney General Schwab, do you remember the case State of Maryland and District of Columbia versus Engage Armament, LC, et cetera?
I do.
And in that case, just for anybody who's
just
not aware of it,
guessing.
the district
There's gonna be a lot of
joined Maryland
feelings.
and sued 3 Maryland firearm retailers for allegedly making straw purchases. In your lawsuit, you engaged 2 outside counsel, one firm,
Democrat
I think it's
lawyers?
called Every Town Law, and another was Perkins Coie. Do you remember that?
Perkins, I was
And how
gonna
much did you
say
pay
Perkins
Coie, and how much
Coie.
did you pay Every Town Lawsuit?
Both of those outside firms are on a pro bono basis, so no money has been paid to them.
You didn't pay him anything. Okay. You know, you filed
He
that
didn't know the
lawsuit
answer
was
to that
baseless,
question before
right?
he-
You'd agree with that now after you've read the verdict of the district court, and I'm going to go through that with you pretty clearly.
Well, Mr. Biggs, as you know, that case has been dismissed and is on appeal, and given the fact
Right.
that it is still part of active litigation.
You don't want to talk about it. I don't blame you.
I'm not going to talk about the merits while it's in active litigation.
Right. I don't blame you for not wanting to talk about it, because I go through here and at least 10 times
He's not allowed
the
to
judge
talk
said
about
there's
it.
absolutely no basis.
You
There's no
fucking
factual
idiot.
basis for bringing that lawsuit. So
Okay,
that's
well,
pretty damning.
Judge.
And not only that,
Well,
under
Your
Maryland
Honor.
law, and basically Arizona's the same way. Most cases is every bit of deference is going to be given to a party who's defending against a motion to dismiss or motion for summary judgment, right? I mean, that's normal. That's Maryland law, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the
he's
standard.
just a
Yeah.
content creator.
And in
Yeah.
this particular case, the judge made some very interesting comments. This is what he said. Ordinarily, leave to amend in Maryland is freely granted, particularly when a case is in an early stage, unless leave to amend would be futile or inappropriate for other
Hey,
reasons.
Biggs, why did you request
This
a pardon
case
after J6?
presents such an occasion to deny the request, close quote. I don't know, I used to practice, I used to do a lot of trial work. I don't remember ever seeing something like that. That's pretty damning stuff from the court.
What?
And then it goes on, the judge goes on to say, at bottom, in the court's view, the plaintiffs hope to use the discovery process in order to construct a case.
Okay.
And the court
All right,
correctly
everybody's
notes
got an opinion.
through that discovery, the plaintiff wants to find sufficient facts to state a viable claim for relief.
Okay, well, that's their opinion.
But right then, in the complaint,
That sounds
failed
like
to
a
state
feeling,
any
too.
claim for relief. And so
So what?
the question
What is the
that's
question?
begged here is, why wasn't a Rule 11 sanction brought against you and
What?
the other
I don't
plaintiffs'
know.
attorneys? Was a Rule 11 sanction brought?
No.
No, sir. And while we obviously disagree with that ruling, we are pursuing an appeal as the rules allow us to do, and I'm confident that we'll get it turned around at the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, of course, you were confident. You were confident you were going to win the case when you didn't
Well,
have
yeah,
jack
usually
squat.
I am
But
confident
you went
when I'm
after
going
three
to bring a case.
FFLs
This is so
because
dumb.
you had a political agenda. There were no sanctions. Did you have to pay attorney's fees or costs? Were any of those ordered? I didn't see them ordered in here. I assume they're not. They weren't ordered.
There were no sanctions. There were no costs.
So-
the important thing is we were working as hard as we can in this city to keep illegal guns out.
No,
of
no.
the
The
District of
important thing
Columbia.
is.
And the
No,
way
sir.
in
No,
which
listen to me
guns
for a
come
second.
into our
Listen to me for a
district
second.
too often is
The
from
Listen to me.
important thing, Mr. Attorney General Schwab, the important thing was that you were using your office to abuse FFLs because you don't like them, and that's the deal. Because, as the judge said, you basically didn't have a case whatsoever. But you decided to use your power and your authority and make the process the punishment. That's what you chose to do. That's what you chose to do,
That is
and there's
not-
no question
that is
before you.
not true, sir.
That's exactly what this says. And that's a shame, because that's an abuse of power right there. So you come in here and sit here and tell us all this righteousness about power. But I'm telling you, when you're using the process itself to go after political opponents, which is exactly what you're doing. This is a philosophical issue that you have, and you used them, and you used two firms that you know and I know.
I thought that was Steven
That's
Crowder.
their motive. The
Yeah,
law
he is
firm,
a Proud Boy.
every state.
Well, he's a
that
wannabe.
is their job. That's what they want to do. They solicit funds to go out there and sue FFLs because they don't want the Second Amendment to even exist. Read their statements, and you joined with them. Mayor Bowser, it's good to see you again. I know you do have a tough job. I'm the first to admit it. But it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
And I'm out of time, so I can't ask any questions. But I do have some things I want to. Mr. Chairman, I have some UCs.
Yes, proceed.
First of all, I wanted to introduce the
Why I hate
memorandum
DC,
decision
an
in order
article
from the
by
case, State
me
of
in
Maryland,
my
D.C.
Substack.
versus Engage Armament et al.
Without objection, so ordered.
The letter
wanna
from the
enter this
committee
opinion
to the Honorable
that
Brian L.
says
Schwab dated June
Schwab
11,
is a naughty
2025,
boy.
Without objection, so ordered.
which we're
Thank
still
you.
waiting for answers for.
And then thirdly,
This one, Mayor
copy of my
Muriel
pardon
Bowser
request
says
from
Trump's
Jake-
surge
wait
of
a
federal
minute,
law
how's that
enforcement has
getting
lowered crime in D.C.
Without objection, so ordered.
okay. Anyway.
Trump's D.C. crime
And then the
crackdown
other
busts
thing
another
is,
alleged Tren de Aragua
DC
gang member.
restaurants,
Make D.C. safe again.
a guide to
This one,
a
Trump's
carnivore's
executive orders
delight.
target D.C.
And
crime
that
as
I
the city hits
found
12 days
in
without a
the
homicide.
Time Out
Without
magazine
objection to order.
here in DC.
This one is radical
I
D.C.
picked it up,
officials
I
treated
think,
officers like
over
crap, police
on,
leader
in
says.
Georgetown.
Without objection
Anyway,
to order.
without
Murdered
objection.
congressional
Okay,
intern's
bye.
mom says Trump should take over Washington, D.C.
Without objection to order.
Yes,
Oh my
prosecuting
God,
and
he's got
arresting
more.
criminals would have immediate impact on D.C.'s crime.
Without objection to order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. So we want to talk about abuse of power, huh? Well, let me start here. President Trump's only expertise on crime is committing it, not preventing it, enabling it, not ending it, and covering it up, not cleaning it up. He is a convicted felon. He has illegally frozen federal funding. He has assaulted the rule of law at every turn. He has consistently violated constitutionally protected due process rights, and he has unleashed a corporate agenda to enrich himself and his wealthy donors. Right now, as we sit here, Trump is bending over backwards to protect Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker who preyed on children, and blocking the release of the Epstein files to shield criminals from accountability. In the last 10 months alone, he has pardoned countless white-collar fraudsters who ripped off the American people, often conveniently after they cozied up to him. And let's not forget, Trump pardoned every single person charged or convicted in the January 6th insurrection. That included 172 people who pleaded guilty to assaulting law enforcement. It included dozens of repeat offenders, people with prior convictions for rape, manslaughter, and sexual abuse of a minor. And it included at least 10 in already been rearrested for new crimes. So spare us the talk of law and order, because under Trump, that only means lawlessness for his friends and punishment for everyone else. Now, let me be clear. I care deeply about public safety in my district, in every district across America. Every person deserves to feel safe in their neighborhood, at their job, and their school. And if I may, there is some good news. Violent crime has been consistently decreasing across America. And yes, we have more work to do, but we also know what works to keep it that way. So if you are really serious about public safety, let's increase funding for violence prevention programs. Let's pass common sense gun safety bills. And let's provide additional federal resources to our local partners to recruit and train local law enforcement. But what has this administration done instead? Rolled back gun safety reforms, gutted DOJ programs tasked with addressing violent crime, and blocked funding to local law enforcement and community violence prevention agencies like the one you served, Mr. Jackson. Earlier this year, Cleveland Peacemakers Alliance, a local violence prevention organization, had its community violence prevention grant funding frozen by this administration. Mr. Jackson, I know you cannot speak to this specific grant, but can you talk about the importance of grants funded through the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and how freezes like this impact public safety?
Well, we know from Cleveland Peacemakers to Advance Peace to Safe Streets Baltimore to Life Camp in New York City that these organizations that are doing violence intervention work are saving lives every day. And every study we've seen that to focus on how impactful community violence intervention has been has shown promise. But this Trump administration hasn't stopped at terminating violence intervention programs. They also terminated $1 billion in youth mental health resources that we know can help our youth that are in crisis before a school shooting, before a suicide attempt, before any violent harm. They've also made major cuts to the ATF. And we know that the ATF now has lost 2/3 of its inspectors. So they don't even have the capacity to inspect gun stores to decide whether or not they're violating the law.
Good.
He also reversed their zero tolerance policy for gun dealers, where they violate the law, they lose their license. And even if you go to the Department of Justice website, there's an invite for previous violating law gun stores to come back and get their licenses again. So he's not only defunding programs that we know are preventing violence, that are working with youth, that are working in schools and working with homes, he's also stripped and dismantled and defunded federal law enforcement to keep guns out of our communities.
Thank you so much. Instead of funding proven public safety solutions, my Republican colleagues want to pull political stunts like weaponizing the National Guard against the American people. Let's be clear. That only sidelines local law enforcement, sows chaos, and distracts from real emergencies. So yes, it's political theater, but worse, it's dangerous political theater that puts communities more at risk, not less.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. The
No!
government of the District of Columbia, under the
Turf
leadership
alert.
sitting in front of us
Horrid
today, has
turf
become a
alert.
poster child for DEI and gender madness. This has led to government. Mr. Chairman, this is not a concert. This audience can just settle down. I
Stop
want to reclaim my
the
time.
clock, and the gentlelady's right. Under the rules of the House, the chairman is responsible for maintaining order and preserving decorum in the committee room. I expect audience members to be respectful of the committee, so we'll
I'd like to reclaim my time, too, Mr.
reclaim
Chairman.
it. Absolutely. Ms.
This has
Mace.
led to government-sanctioned racial discrimination and the erasure of women. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 provides Congress plenary authority over the District of Columbia. Using this authority today, I'll be introducing the No DEI in D.C. Act. This bill will rip the DEI and
bitch.
gender bender nonsense out of the D.C. government
Fuck
root
you.
and branch.
Talk
and
about
restore
erasing
common sense
people.
and
This
equal
bitch is
treatment
trying
under
to
the law.
erase all kinds of
As the
people.
individuals charged with writing D.C. laws, signing D.C. laws, and enforcing D.C.'s
God,
laws,
she is just an
we have
evil
some questions
cunt.
for you on the meanings of some of the curious terms we have found in the D.C. Code. My first question for Mayor Bowser, it's yes or no. The D.C. Code makes numerous references to, quote, structural or institutional racism.
Yeah,
Do you believe
it's
the
a
D.C.
thing.
government is structurally or institutionally racist? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is D.C. government racist, institutionally racist? Yes or no? All right, you can't answer the question. So my next question for Mayor Bowser, since you're going to sit there and placate or just be quiet, in Section
forgot.
7-1234.02 of D.C. Code, you use the phrase child welfare involved birthing people.
You
Child
can probably
welfare
go ahead
involved
and say
birthing
it.
people. Can you explain to me what this means?
I'm not that familiar with that part of the
Okay,
code.
and so you don't know. In
Birthing
Section
people is actually
7-1234.02
that's the term.
of D.C. Code, you use the phrase justice involved incarcerated and homeless birthing people and their non-birthing partners. Can you explain to this committee what that means?
I would have to see
You
the
don't
whole
know. You're
section.
literally the mayor of D.C. and
The
you don't know your own code of laws.
Well, I don't know
Trans men
them
One thing we
verbatim.
noticed, the D.C. Code struggles to
biologically
define
can birth
Are you a
children.
woman?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
I'm a woman. You're looking at one.
Okay, good. You actually, in Section 3-703 of the D.C. Code, you use the phrase, the intersectionality of gender and race to create unique dynamics and effects. Can
Yeah.
you explain what this means to the committee?
Where is that, ma'am?
Section 3-703 of the D.C. Code. Do you know what that means? No, you
Could
don't
you
know what
repeat the
that means. So
title of
Chapter 14D of the D.C. Code establishes
Mr.
the
Chairman,
commission.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Mr.
but
Chairman,
I
I'm going to
can't-
reclaim my time. This is not her time, it's my time. You can be quiet as I ask you questions, and then you can
recognizes
answer them.
Ms.
And then
Mace.
you can
If
answer
you
them.
would give-
I'm not Mr. Chairman. This is my time, not
Oh
hers.
my God,
I'd like
censure
to reclaim
her.
my time.
Let's make good use of the time, Ms.
Chair
Mays.
I'm making very good
Chair
use of my
recognizes
time.
Ms.
There
Mace.
And you're
is-
Ms. Mace
making
has
my
the
point.
floor.
You're the mayor of D.C., and you don't even know your own code of laws. What is a birthing person?
I would assume it's someone who gives birth.
All right.
Yeah.
Why don't you use, are these women? Are these moms? You think it's appropriate to call them birthing person? Can a man birth a person?
Well,
Be a
that's
birthing
what
person?
I would call it,
Actually,
but I
yeah.
don't write all the laws,
That's right.
and I'm not
Men
familiar
can
with
give
every
birth.
Men
section.
get pregnant?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Can men become women?
Yes. Yes.
Can a man become a woman?
Yeah. Can a
Yes.
man become
If
a
you're-
woman?
Miss
Yes
Mace.
or no? Can a man become a woman?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Miss Mace.
Yes.
I'm not
Okay,
here to
my
talk
next
about
question, Chapter 14D of the
Yes.
DC Code establishes the Commission on Reparations. And a reparations
I don't even
fund to
know
provide
what the
eligible
argument is.
African Americans monetary reparations or other forms
I also
of
agree with
redress.
reparations.
Is it the position of DC government benefits
irrelevant.
should be
Well, it's
provided
not
to
irrelevant,
individuals on the
but
basis of
it's,
race?
that. I believe that the
rage
legislation
baiting.
requires a study.
Okay, I'm asking you, is it the position of the DC government that government benefits should be provided on the basis of race?
If you're
is the
referring
question.
to
I don't
that
know what the basis
legislation,
of
I
race
believe
is.
it requires a study.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. Do you believe that government benefits should be given out on the basis of
exactly.
race? That is the
You're right,
question. This is the
Yelling
third time I'm asking.
We have any number of benefits programs, and eligibility is
Okay.
established.
You're not answering
per-
any of these
per program.
questions. I'll give it to you. You're slick. In Section 2-1383 of the DC Code, you use the
Well, why
phrase
aren't
social
you?
value
That's
of
what
the
I wanna know.
LGBTQ community business economy to the district. Can you explain what this means to the committee?
It means that LGBT businesses provide economic benefit to the district's economy.
Do you think all businesses provide economic benefit to the DC economy?
They should, or they
Yeah.
would be out of business.
Yeah, of course. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
All right. Good morning,
Oh,
everyone.
Nancy, you tried.
Just want to take a moment.
Hey, girl,
to
you
decompress
tried.
After that.
You tried.
And I do want to just
You
take a
tried.
moment of personal privilege for our witnesses and for the members of the public who are here today to apologize for the behavior of my colleagues, for the disrespectful language that has been deployed, for the personal assaults on your character and professionalism. We know that you are representing the people of this city and doing an excellent job, and we support you.
Thank you.
Now, I want to turn to where the ranking member went at the beginning of this hearing and talk about the real crime wave here in DC. I think it's very demonstrable, and the data shows that the largest crime wave that we've had over the last 9 months began on January 20th. And the epicenter of that crime wave, one might call it a white collar, or in this case, an orange collar
I used to hang out
crime
there
wave,
once in a while, go with friends.
is the White House. Because we have seen a slew of illegal firings that have resulted in millions of Americans being without vital programs, the withholding of millions of dollars of funds, violations of the Constitution, rule of law, separation of powers, due process rights, illegal arrests, illegal deportations, hundreds of lawsuits, grift that's resulted in billions of dollars in crypto schemes lining the pockets of the president and his family, government contracts to his friends, and an epic
I'm just going to stop her now because I want to make something really, really clear about another thing that was offensive about Nancy Mace and about the whole transgender issue. There is a, when we talk about becoming a woman, becoming a man, that for me implies like the physical changes that are necessary. I want to acknowledge really strongly that trans men are men and are men from when they decide, like at birth. So this is not just I think I'll be a man today kind of thing. And I think that's that's a nuance that I don't want lost on the audience is that, the reason you use a term like birthing people, and I've been trying to incorporate that much more into my language, is because it acknowledges that there are women, there are trans men who may still have reproductive parts that can carry a baby. And that is why you use the term birthing people, right? So it's around inclusivity, and it doesn't have any impact on anyone else's life to include more people. And that's why we use words, because words describe what we're trying to convey. So of course you would use words. And when the word when the word is too narrow, right? When the word is too narrow, then you need to expand so that you can include. And that is what is non-negotiable between whatever the GOP is, right? Like this is it is a that is where I am like, this isn't about unifying, okay? This isn't about compromise. There are some core issues around human rights, human dignity, human existence that people on the right or whatever have to accept. I'm sorry, Nancy Mace. You literally have to accept that trans people exist. They have always existed. Always, since time immemorial. It is not a new phenomena. So you are in the wrong if you feel that you need to hold back gender affirming care, which, by the way, Viagra is gender affirming care, if you want to really talk about definitions, just so you know. Hate to take away your gender affirming care, but it is. You know, like when you do that, it has nothing, none of that has anything to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. And it is not your right to stop a family who you think is so important in all these other decisions from making really core decisions about the health of their children. So it's like, this is where I'm not in there's not a unity talk. The unity is that you come correct. That's the unity. Is that if you don't believe that transgender people have the right to exist or have the right to access or have the right to do all these things, you are in the wrong. Full stop. That's it. Yeah, and trans women are women, and they use whatever bathroom. I mean, I don't even care who uses what bathroom. Can I just say that? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I really don't. I just don't. I think gender is a construct. It is just something that, you know, we had to define because somehow people just couldn't just let be. Meowing Star says, thank you, Lolo. Julia Serrano refers to that becoming language as denying transgender people the closet. Because I was a trans woman in the closet, not a man who suddenly decided to become a woman. Yes, and that's my point, is that there's a nuance. There's a nuance, and I'm trying to, gain comfort, right? Because I'm a cisgendered whatever woman, by whatever. I just, yeah. Can we have doors that don't have gaps? Exactly. How about that? How about that? I think gender neutral bathrooms are much more effective, frankly. But anyway, so I just wanted to say that. I don't want to interrupt Stansbury. I know she's really great. A MAGA challenged me the other day for what rights have transgender people lost, and I listed them, and they were like, oh, wow. Yeah. Can we just get back? Yeah, exactly. Absolutely, Maxwell. Then I showed them the racist Kirk clip montage, and they were perplexed at the martyrdom. Yeah, I have a feeling a lot of people who are rushing to stand up for Charlie Kirk don't actually know what he actually said. Yeah. How about the interest suing the government? What? I don't know. I don't know about that, Jim. It sounds. I'm not sure what's going on there, but fuck the J6ers. I don't care what's going on with them. But yeah, it's yeah. I don't know. And Charlie Kirk, can I just say, breast implants. Those are also gender affirming care. Can I also say Charlie Kirk was a really, really horrid person. Okay, he did not stand for freedom of speech. He went around arguing with college students, but more importantly, what he really did was create the organization and the mechanism for the ground game in mind fucking the younger generation. That's what Charlie Kirk's job was. His job was focused on high school and college age kids and getting them to become bigots and hateful people. Okay? That's what he did. He didn't encourage free speech. He also employed pedophiles, by the way. So just so you know, I mean, apparently everybody's so fucking concerned about pedophiles, and yet when they work for Charlie Kirk, all of a sudden, it's probably just fine. So, no one should be shot dead. I don't want to see anyone shot dead. But at the same time, he was no hero. He was a fucking operative. He was a political fucking operative. And he fit into an opportunity to mind fuck the younger generation. That's it. That's all he was. And so I think they doth protest too much, because I think they're just using this as an opportunity to be victims. Yeah, got started doxing professors. This is the victim complex that the GOP has. They constantly have to be the victims. It's just gross. It's disgusting. And so, no, I don't mourn Charlie Kirk in that regard. Yeah, he's a human life, and no human life should be taken. But do you know that there was a young man who was lynched on his campus in the last week? Because I care far more right now about solving that crime and finding out who killed that young man and who lynched him. Than I am about anything about Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk's killer, Charlie Kirk's roommate, Charlie Kirk's internet habits. I don't give a flying fuck. Who fucking cares? I care about who the fuck lynched that young man on a college campus. That's what I care about. Oh yeah, Forgiato Blow. Yeah, the new video. We should report it. It's about, you said it references lynching. So, spare me. Spare me the tears. Spare me the tears. That man was not a free speech advocate. If anything, he wanted to shut down people's ability to speak freely, and he was a white supremacist. Oh, I forgot that part. He was basically a victim of, they're trying to get rid of all the white people. That's what fucking Charlie Kirk's message was. He didn't want to fucking, he wanted white people to persevere. That's what he wanted. And fortunately or unfortunately for us, he said it all the time. So it's not like you can't swing a dead cat without hitting a bigoted fucking wrong take from Charlie Kirk. How about that? So, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually glad his voice is gone. I'm sorry, because all his voice did was increase hate and put people's lives in danger. So, I don't mourn him at all. At all. And I'm actually glad his voice is silenced. And I'm sure someone will replace him. I have no doubt. I know how this works. But I don't care. I'm glad I don't have to hear him anymore. So there. Suck it. Are you going to call my network and get me fired? I'm sure you'll try. Anyway, sorry. Back to a much more intelligent and younger woman. Here we go.
Cover up of the largest known sex trafficking
Thank you for coming to my
scandal
TED Talk
in American
about
history, with the director of the FBI lying under oath in this chamber just yesterday. And I just want to say this, that it is a felony under the U.S. Code to lie under oath in front of Congress. So if you want to talk about crime in D.C., then look no further than your own damn hearings. Let's talk about that. That's the real crime wave. Now, Mr. Jackson, I really appreciate you bringing forward as part of this discussion this morning the impact that it's had on real people in the community. Because I think for people who do not live in Washington, D.C., who have never stepped foot in front of City Hall, gone to a city council meeting, have never met with the mayor in her chambers, have never talked to the people of Washington, D.C., they don't understand how this is impacting the communities who live here, of having this occupation in their midst. And this is not about public safety. You know, last week we heard our colleagues accusing us of not wanting to solve crimes, not wanting to address public safety issues. I mean, I'm trying to swear less, but that's just total bullshit. I mean, that's just a lie. That's just not true. We care a lot about addressing public safety. It's one of our top priorities. But that's not really what this is about, because if this was really about addressing public safety, you wouldn't have had the vice president and Stephen Miller walking into Union Station, making fun of, deriding, and putting down the people of D.C. while they're deploying National Guardsmen from across the South to stand on street corners to talk to their friends and be on their iPhones all day. I mean, I want to be real. Like, this is not law enforcement. I come from a veteran family. I support our law enforcement. I support our military. But this is not about law enforcement. And if you talk to any cop on the DC streets right now, you know, thank them for their service. Because in addition to actually dealing with real crime on the streets as trained law enforcement professionals, they had to spend the last month dealing with the bullshit of the Trump administration and a bunch of people who are standing around in the way of them actually doing their jobs. So if this administration actually wants to address public safety issues, stop holding the city of Washington, D.C. hostage. Now, this is just exhausting to listen to this all day. And so I would love to hear from you, Mr. Jackson. You've shared already this morning. With my remaining time, I would love to hear from you what you think Congress can do to help support the communities that you work with in D.C.
Just first of all, it's devastating what's happening in our communities. The first day of the D.C. takeover, we had to go into our communities and teach young people how to navigate law enforcement when their rights might be violated. Instead of teaching them about going to school and studying math and playing sports, they're trying to figure out how to navigate masked agents raiding their neighborhoods
that said
multiple
no
times
injuries
a day.
were found.
Elderly folks that are getting arrested for petty crimes, 55 and plus, are now coming to us and saying, what can I do when these masked agents run into my neighborhood? And that's not how we solve crime. We don't scare and incarcerate our way out of this issue. We tried that in the 90s. It failed. The way that we address a public health crisis is we invest in prevention strategies. We look upstream to keep guns from pouring into our communities. You know, 95% of guns in this city come from outside of the district. We only have one gun store, but yet the FBI director is bragging about apprehending guns in D.C. while President Trump's son is literally profiting with the smart gun company. And so what we really need in this moment is for federal government to do its job to keep guns from getting into our communities by cutting down on gun traffickers, by going after rogue gun dealers, by holding the gun manufacturers accountable, and being tough on crime, specifically on those who are profiting off of the pain and death in our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud from is it Palmer or Cloud? Cloud from Texas.
Oh, the great state of Texas, as we like to say. But thank you for being here. Thank you, Chairman, for holding this committee. There's a lot of consternation today about President Trump.
Yes, good point, Meowing Star. I say more. I want more information. The family said he had a broken leg and bruises, and the coroner's claiming that he didn't
the National Guard to block access to the people's capital.
I want
would
more.
much more be in favor
want more
of
eyes on
helping
that.
solve the crime situation.
I would
here
say
in
federal
DC.
government, but
There didn't
no.
seem to be a lot of consternation.
That's not the
coming from
eyes
the
that are going to
left
help in this
during,
case because they don't
COVID,
fucking care.
when our Capitol was surrounded by barbed wire and the National Guard were camped out. Over the last 3 weeks, it's pretty undeniable.
What?
I mean, I remember
You mean
what
when they
DC
were
looked
camped
like,
out
and it
after
was just
January
a couple months
6th?
ago when Trump was elected. You can go by Union Station. There were homeless camps camped out. We had two
And?
staff members who had to
what?
deal with situations at gunpoint where they were accosted at gunpoint. We
People
had
do
another
get
staff
mugged
member who
in
had to
cities
move
all
out of their
over the
apartment
country.
after being threatened. I was coming to took a train into Union Station and missed being present for someone getting shot. My chief of staff at the time was sitting out front and saw it happen. Missed it by 3 minutes myself. You know, and you look at the stats.
What is your
of what's
staff
happened,
members doing
and
sitting
it's important
outside
that,
of
you know, there's a lot of
fucking,
comparing today apples to
fucking
oranges and
Union
trying
Station?
to, you know, you put up charts.
Why are
and
they
the numbers
sitting
don't.
outside
But if you compare
Union
the 3
Station?
weeks this time to the 3
Just
weeks
kidding.
last time, it's dramatic. 38% decrease in homicides, 44% decrease in sex abuse. I mean, this is extraordinary. If those trends were to continue, that's 50 people walking around the city alive.
And how much is
50
that
families
costing?
haven't been
And how
broken
much is
up,
that? That's not really
over
true.
the course
But
of a year.
let's just play devil's
That's
advocate.
extraordinary. Chairman
Is that
Middleton,
sustainable?
Can you not agree that D.C. is a safer place than it was 5 weeks ago?
Shut up.
There's no question, but that if you look at the data, the crime statistics, that there was a reduction in crime during the surge.
Yeah, okay.
But as we have said, if you
As we
wanna
have said-
add 500 officers working with our MPD, of course we're going to see a reduction in violence. That's not the same as ICE raids, mass
It's
men.
important.
It's not the same as the National Guard who's landscaping on the mall.
It's. Do I need to go back to my National Guard point? You didn't have a problem when the National Guard was blocking access to the nation's capital, prohibiting people from coming here. And to that point, D.C. is different than other cities.
Oh my God.
D.C. is unique. Our founders, there was mention
Okay.
of the Boston Tea Party, the ones who were actually there, wrote the Constitution.
history.
And said that D.C. should not be a state because it houses the federal government, and it would be important for a state not to.
They also
give
said
undue
that
influence
a
over
black
the
person
federal government.
wasn't
We saw this during
an
COVID.
actual human.
I'm talking,
nothing
I-
about
Were they right
reserves
about
to
everything?
Sir.
Bitch.
In September 20th,
Did I
Capitol
miss
Hill
something
Baptist
good?
Church was denied a permit to worship outside because of COVID-19. Yet we had a number of Black
my
Lives Matter
God.
protests in this community.
So is 2020?
The concern I have is when Washington D.C. Access to the nation's capital is prohibited or curtailed
What?
in any way. Could you explain to me, Mayor, why
Okay, DC's
the
been
church was
open,
not
by the
able to
way.
have a worship service outside, but yet the Black Lives protests were unable to go on?
Yeah, stay off 4chan.
You're talking
Badger.
about
What the
the
hell are
public
you
health
doing?
emergency?
I'm talking about during COVID, Black Lives Matter protests continue to happen in Washington, D.C.
What?
With no retribution
Oh
from the
my
city.
God.
Yet churches were not allowed.
Okay, this dipshit, this douchebag, this prick, this small-dicked energy puff piece is comparing whatever this surge is and how open DC is, I guess, in his mind, versus 2020 when you had COVID measures taken and you did have the death of George Floyd, which caused national uprising against police brutality, rightfully so. And he's mad about it. He's mad about it.
To worship or worship outside even.
Yes, I think that matter was litigated and it's resolved.
Well, yes, COVID's over, but the point is that you have a city basically defining who has access to the nation's capital.
No,
and
that's not
and
it.
there were times where there were
No.
going to be a Trump rally, and somehow restaurants got closed down that weekend.
What?
And those sorts of things.
Oh
Why
my
was this
God.
church not allowed to worship?
He said that really fast because he knows it's a lie. He basically said as fast as he could, there'd be like a Trump rally in D.C. In D.C., sir? In D.C., sir? How many Trump rallies has there been in D.C.? Oh, I recall the J6 one. Sure do. But how many presidential rallies have there been in D.C.? None. Except for that one. You stupid cuck.
Outside,
MAGA,
yet
you're
Black Lives
stupid.
Matter protests
You're so
were
fucking
encouraged by the
stupid.
city.
My recollection is
I mean, you
that
went as far as to paint Black Lives Matters across the street.
Yeah,
This is
I want to
That's a
ask
community
answer your question.
project.
My recollection, and while I don't remember the specifics of that case, is that it fell under our large gathering prohibition in the early stages of COVID.
but Black Lives Matters were okay. Were they not large enough? They weren't violent enough?
You are probably referring
too
to
violent, maybe?
outdoor First Amendment gatherings that were not.
Worship service falls under the First Amendment.
And as I mentioned,
I only have a couple of minutes left, and so I'll just point out that the $1 billion you're asking for is in the CR that's on the House floor this week. And everyone over there, I would encourage you to encourage the people up here to vote for that, because if you want your dollars, they can help us provide it for you.
Congressman, might I just add, and I hope that that is the case, that the FY25 fix is attached to the CR. We worked very hard with the administration and with you, Mr. Comer, to make sure that the anomaly was included moving forward in 26. But the House, following Senator Collins' bill in the Senate, can still fix the FY25 CR problem that was $1.1 billion. And it's not too late, and it will help us balance.
The CR extends funding that our folks here have already voted for. It also adds security
Good, thank
features,
you.
and then adds that for DC. So
Got it,
I
thank you.
expect unanimous support over there, right? Okay.
Thank you.
fuck
Mr.
yourself.
Chair recognizes
Unanimous
Mr. Frost
consent?
from Florida.
Little bitch.
Oh, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this August 20th, 2025 article from the AP titled, U.S. Attorney
I
will
don't
no
think
longer
I'm-
bring felony
I'm
charges against
high
people
enough.
for carrying rifles or shotguns in D.C., which shows that U.S. Attorney
Without objections
Jimmy
ordered.
Pirro is outright ignoring gun crimes and making the city less safe.
Mr. Chair, I have UCs. Let me recognize.
Yes, Ms. Simon.
Thank you, sir. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record on April 24th, 2025, an article from Records that was titled, Exclusive U.S. Department of Justice Cuts Grants Valued at $811 million. People of record say, which shows how the president's DOJ cuts will affect police and correctional facility funding.
Without objections ordered. And I have a unanimous consent.
I remember
request.
her
This
from the
is
Bay Area. We
CR,
used to hang out at
and it
girls'
does
events and
restore
stuff
that
because
$1 billion
she was
in
running
funding. So we'll
a
be
bunch
voting
of programs.
on that tomorrow.
I love her.
I'm going to vote for it. I've been very vocal in trying to get that included. I know that my colleagues
What, you want a prize?
on the other side of the aisle are have mentioned it several times. So there are a lot of people in Washington, D.C. I assume this is on TV in Washington, D.C. Are you all going to vote for it?
Okay,
tomorrow?
yeah, so
I mean,
this
that's
is what they do.
That's a
Fuck
question I
you.
think the people in Washington, D.C.,
Fuck
especially
you.
the people
Fuck you. The people of Washington,
that
D.C.
are
see
testifying
through
here
your
today,
fucking little game
would probably
charade,
like to know.
bitch.
But I'm going to vote for it. So,
Good.
Mr.
Without
Chair.
objection,
Great.
we'll
Knock
enter
yourself
that into the
out.
record.
Mr. Chair, I
We'd
have
like to
another
read
UC,
it
sir.
first.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Because God knows
I
you'll put
request
something
unanimous
stupid
consent
in
to
it.
enter into the record this September 7th, 2025, an article from The Hill entitled, Most Oppose Trump Deploying National Guard to D.C. Other
I
cities.
read about
polls
that
say
meowing star.
Without objection,
57%
It
of
was
respondents
co-opted.
said that they
I
are against
know.
Donald Trump's decision to deploy the National
Without
Guard
know.
to the nation's
Ordered.
capital. Thank you,
It's
sir.
it was an
Chair
original
recognizes
term in
Mr. Frost from Florida.
in the lesbian community, right?
To Mr.
I thought
Mfume.
I could be wrong
I
about what I
thank the
read.
gentleman for yielding. I'm sorry that my colleague from Texas has left the room.
Yeah,
I just want to say
I
that he
understand.
pointed out in his remarks that the founders of the Constitution said that D.C. should be a federal district and never a state, as if they were right. And I would just simply call to his attention those same persons at that same constitutional convention and for 200 years afterwards said that black people in this country were property, not citizens. And then the Dred Scott decision said that we were 3/5 of an
watching my
individual.
show?
So just because they said it clearly does not make it right, and it doesn't make it right with D.C.
Yeah, no, I really
think it
appreciate you
was, and
bringing
then
that
it-
up.
then it was co-opted.
And also,
I know.
they're
I
wrong
feel
about
terrible
what's in the
about learning that
Constitution
and
in the
saying,
first
God,
place.
I
The
use that
Constitution
word
does
so all
not
the
say that we
time.
cannot make Washington, D.C. a state. It does not say that. You claim to know the Constitution, and you haven't read it.
I would love
Nowhere in the
Maxwell Frost.
Constitution does it say that we can't do that. What it says is there should be a federal district. And the legislation put forth by Representative Norton and supported by House Democrats would make the federal district encompass the places that we work, the White House, the United States Congress, the Supreme Court, and not include the 700,000 people who live in D.C. who pay taxes but don't have proper representation.
That's right.
That's what it
Usually
is.
when we're talking about D.C. in this committee, it's, usually we have just folks who can watch in the audience. But I'm happy that today's different because we have representatives from the district's local government and Mr. Greg Jackson Jr. here to give voice to what's going on in Washington, D.C. Greg, you've called the district home for decades. You bring the perspective of the D.C.'s people to this committee. You bring years of expertise and experience in crime reduction to this hearing. And, of course, a survivor of gun violence yourself. Before President Trump started playing dictator with the people of D.C., he started dismantling important community safety and violence crime prevention programs, most notably the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Not a partisan office, an office that worked at reducing crime in all of our districts. As a former deputy director of that office, can you describe some of the important work that has stopped due to this administration?
Yeah, one of the most critical things was we were coordinating the response to mass shootings and concentrations of violence. And so without that coordination, cities, states, and local jurisdictions are on their own to navigate these mass tragedies. We implemented 54 executive actions, including adding $2 billion to the Victims of Crime Act Fund. And I will note that on August 2025, multiple states, I believe 24 states, sued this administration for withholding $1 billion in resources for victims of violent crime. But we were the ones that were pushing more resources to victims. We also fully implemented the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that each party came together on and voted for in 2022. And then lastly, we work directly with local leaders to make sure that we're elevating strategies that work across the country.
You also prevented serious crimes by ensuring that we prevent access to illegal guns, correct?
Correct. We partnered with agencies to do that.
Between 2017 and 2021, over 11,000 criminal firearms were recovered in D.C. Most of them, as you noted before, come from outside Washington, D.C. And an interesting statistic, too, is a third of those guns traveled over 300 miles. Over 300 miles to come here. You want to know where they came from? South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Tennessee, Ohio. These are the states where these guns are coming from. States that don't have good gun laws. States that aren't keeping their people safe. And as a result and byproduct, have wreaked havoc on the people of Washington, D.C. Trump's total disregard for American safety is obvious from his current budget requests. Having already fired a majority of the federal gun dealers' inspectors, now he wants to slash another $1 billion that could be used to crack down on these guns. Congressional Republicans are also doing their part to make us less safe. They're trying to remove restrictions on silencers, trying to remove restrictions on rifles, even on firearms designed to look like everyday objects. And we even know that they're insincere in this because I just listed states that have some of the highest murder rates in the nation. I asked this question last time and asked it again. Where's their bill? If this is the way to end crime, and this is the thing everybody wants, why don't they have a bill to invite the military to occupy their states, which have the highest crime rates in this nation? They're not going to do it because they don't want the military to occupy their communities in their states because they know it's a load of crap and they're insincere about it. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay, who said that? I'm looking.
Oh, Frost.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Frost.
This is a Washington Post piece by E.J. Dion Jr., The Good News About Murder, Homicides Way Down, What Happened, What We Can Learn, and How Progressives Became Crime Fighters.
With that, objection's ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama. Microphone.
Attorney General Schwab, are you aware that the FBI requires that all states and
This guy.
local governments, police departments report crime to the National Incident-Based Reporting System?
I think that is correct, sir.
Okay. Washington, D.C. has not done a good job at that. As a matter of fact, you've been accused of cooking the books, and it's not just a problem in Washington. Mr. Chairman, when this went into effect, Illinois only reported 30.6% of their police departments reported. New Jersey only 28.7%, New York 13.8%, Maryland 9.5%, California 1.9%. I would argue that when you're presenting crime statistics, that these are highly suspect because state and local police departments
So
are
you're
not
telling
reporting the
me
data.
we only
We've known
report
this for a
2%
long
of our
time,
crime
that the
in
homicide
California?
rates are underreported. The
Really?
FBI has made that clear. I want to
We have
move
data?
to
You have data?
something else.
No? That's fine.
We do have a crime surge. Violent
do you have
crime,
data?
Property crime,
Do you have
particularly
data?
vehicle theft.
Do you have data?
Washington, D.C. has a truancy problem.
Do you have data?
32 point,
Okay, good.
almost 33%
Okay,
of the students
right.
are chronically truant,
Okay.
second only to Baltimore.
In what
What are you
schools?
doing
Public
to
schools?
resolve that, Mayor Bowser? And I want to add that 18,000 truancy cases went under.
Well, you cut the money for what we do for it.
uninvestigated over
So,
the last three
there you
full
go.
school years.
Yeah.
Well, first and
I'm
foremost,
just asking, are you doing anything?
yes.
What?
We have in place a regime where schools report, and we've most recently updated it to focus more on our human services department.
Yeah, exactly.
A
Which is how you
Ma'am?
get kids not to be truant,
Yes.
by the
When
way.
I'm asking you about investigating
Oh, my
truancy
God.
cases, that means going out and finding the kid and getting them back in the classroom.
Oh,
It
we do
can.
that. The police do that every
Okay,
day.
18,000 went uninvestigated.
No,
Half of
No,
your
it didn't.
carjackings
No, they
are by
didn't.
juveniles.
No, they didn't.
So if you're
You've got 5 times more
not-
middle
you're making
school
up data.
students truant than you did a decade ago.
What?
That's a crisis. Do you believe that
I would
that
love to see
kids
the
that are
data.
chronically truant are going to wind up becoming dropouts or undereducated? That
Not
that it might lead to
necessarily.
an increase in crime in that
Not necessarily.
population?
we think the best place for kids is in school.
No. How does it impact their life going forward? Because
Where's the data? I'm
big
not a
believer
social
in getting kids
scientist.
out of failing schools. My wife and I support
God.
2 private schools that are targeting inner city kids. These kids don't show up truant. They come to class, they graduate, they get
God.
jobs, they go to college.
Oh, my
What are you
God.
doing to find these kids? And I'm not talking about giving them a free lunch. I'm talking about getting them back in the classroom.
Oh my God! Do you
I mean,
understand how hard it
you
is
said
to
something
get
about the National Guard mowing,
how much energy goes
lawn.
into
Maybe
truant
the National Guard
kids?
ought to be helping you find these kids and get them into school.
Let me
if I
tell
may,
you.
The council has had
It's
hearings
huge.
at least once a year. We have a hearing scheduled
it's not doing
next
any
month
good.
with regard to attendance and what we're doing to
Yeah.
reduce truancy.
Yeah.
I agree
Well,
with
how
you.
about all
not
these
an
kids that
overnight
you've already
solve.
I
lost
agree
because you
with
sat
you.
on your
Oh,
butt
my
and didn't do
God.
anything
You know
about
what?
it.
He doesn't want an
18,000
answer,
went
sir.
uninvestigated.
I agree with
What?
you that attendance is important and truancy is a problem. Truancy is actually down. It's down 22% since school year 21-22.
There you
and
go.
serious
Still
absenteeism, which
almost
is 30% of
33%.
days, is down 43% since
It's
school
down
year
5% in Baltimore from 54% to 49%.
What are we talking about, Baltimore
That's half
now?
your kids.
So
Jesus
it's
fucking
down
Christ.
below that at this point. We get a
Get the
report
fuck
every
off.
fall. I don't know if you've seen the reports from the Attorney General, from
God
Child and
damn.
Family-
Let me ask the mayor
from-
this. Do you
Stupid.
plan to take full advantage of the $1,700 tax credit scholarship program that can go to scholarship granting organizations to help kids get into schools where they're safe and where they can learn?
That's
We
nothing.
do take advantage of the Opportunity Scholarship Program.
That was in the one big beautiful bill, by the way. We are committed to trying to help
Oh
kids
my
get a good
God!
education.
Stop
So are we.
yourself.
Well, I
Stop
appreciate that, Mr.
yourself,
Chairman. Yield back.
bitch.
Gentleman yields back.
Fucking
Chair
dick.
recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Every single time the Republicans call one of these overseer hearings on the district, we get the same paternalistic, infantilizing, just racially coded drivel. We are hearing the same old fear-mongering, the same misdirection and misinformation today, off-topic claims, including getting rid of DEI in D.C. And it's crazy to say because you can introduce DEI laws, but at the end of the day, you are not going to erase black people from the District of Columbia or any other place. And I just wanted to start with that. And let's be real, that's what's at the heart of all of these same conversations that we keep having about crime in underfunded and under-resourced black communities while they ignore crime in the White House and in their own houses. So I just wanted to establish that as we go through this. But Washington, D.C., we know is in a unique situation, especially, you are especially vulnerable to Trump's power-hungry overreach. Their elected officials don't have the same resources and also don't get the same respect incidentally, from members of this panel that they would give to their own elected officials. But you don't have the same protections, congressional voting power or representation as other states. That's why Trump is using D.C. as a test kitchen for all of the horrible policies that they're cooking up. As members of Congress representing those other states and cities, we need to be concerned about where he's going to target next, and we cannot roll over, shrug our shoulders, and say that at least the National Guardsmen are guarding, are picking up trash. We have to push back on this right now, in this moment, before he comes for all of our districts. To be clear, none of Trump's actions have made D.C. any safer. And just as a reminder, crime had already been dropping in the district without his involvement. He's been terrorizing D.C. residents with these mass and unaccountable federal agents and armed National Guardsmen. He's completely broken any small amount of trust these communities have with local law enforcement. Many of the National Guard troops are from out of state. They don't know D.C. any more than you all do, and they don't know the communities. D.C. residents deserve to govern themselves and have elected officials that are accountable to them, who uniquely understand D.C.'s needs and their concerns, but instead, Republicans want to micromanage people who didn't vote for them and do not support their policies. Chairman Mendelson, we marked up 14 bills on D.C. last week, 13 of which you
getting
opposed.
them to bend the
was the
knee,
D.C. Council
which is
consulted on any of those
bullshit.
13
That's
bills?
We were not.
Have you taken any of the members on this committee on a full tour of a D.C. neighborhoods?
I have tried to meet with different members without success.
Yeah, because we all know they talk a lot about D.C. and they pretend to know D.C., but the reality is that very few of them have ever left any of the communities that are in walking distance of the Capitol itself. And I bet they've probably never even been. I remember last term we had a member talk about, well, the unique part of D.C. is that you all get access to every member of Congress, but I've never seen a member of Congress in any of the carryouts in D.C. I ain't seen them at any of the Ethiopian restaurants or at a Caribbean joint, but that's neither here nor there. Do you think it's necessary to work with local officials to improve public safety?
Absolutely.
Has the Trump administration reached out to the council to ask you all what you need to help keep D.C. safe?
They have not.
Crime is especially easy to exploit and use as a political tool. Everyone, regardless of how they vote, cares about safety. We care about community safety. That's why I launched the Community Safety Agenda and Caucus, because we have community-based, evidence-backed solutions that we know work. But instead of offering real solutions to prevent crime, to respond to people in crisis and stop violence, which D.C. and many other cities have invested in, Trump's scare tactics and political theater only makes these communities safe. These proactive investments in communities that actually bring down crime. The data could not be any clearer. It's the programs that work to stop crime before it can happen rather than just responding afterwards. Yet D.C. is struggling to fund these types of programs because y'all have not restored and passed the $1 billion that Congress owes them. Attorney General Schwab, you've made stable housing for D.C. a priority, correct?
I have.
You've implemented programs that improve nuisance properties, after-school programs for kids, victims of domestic violence, and the goal to make D.C. safer, correct?
I have.
Mayor Bowser, we know that these litany of proactive investments actually drive down crime. Has Trump promised you any funding for any of these things?
I know, we need this meowing star.
No,
We
not
need
yet.
these bright moments.
The cost of having a National Guard is about $1.8 billion a day. We're up to about $40 billion. They say about $200 billion. A bunch of that these out-of-state guards in the Roman ministry is not a sustainable solution. That is not more sustainable than actually investing in these things, investing in our communities. We know that if you really want lifelong safe communities, then we need to invest the same way that these people invest in their people, and their communities, and their loved ones. Invest in these folks the same way, and stop talking about crime and fear-mongering these people. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman,
Certified badass.
Yes.
That's right.
I request unanimous consent to enter into the record the January 30th, 2025 article from NPR. It's titled, Criminal Records of January 6 Rioters Pardoned by Trump Include Rape, Domestic Violence, which highlights how President Trump released January 6 rioters with records of violent crime back onto our streets, including
Without objection.
Sexual assault of a child, production and possession of child pornography,
Without objection, so ordered.
forcible rape, and conspiracy of murder of federal employees and threatening federal officials.
Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, insurrectionist.
Mayor, thanks for being here. Thanks for being in the arena. We know it's difficult. I think the case
No, it's not.
that we're trying to make today is that there's a crime problem, and when you prioritize
fixed.
solutions, you can actually make a difference. And I'm just going to quantify that statement because I think that Washington, D.C. has a crime problem. Shouldn't just say that, but if it's true, it'd be evidence. And the House Budget Committee reported in early 2024 that crime surged by nearly 40% last year, which is 2023,
Wait a minute, what?
with over 270 murders, 950 carjackings, and 106 children shot. Reminiscent of the
talking about?
1990s crack epidemic. And of course, you've heard the stories
I'm
of
not laughing at the
staff
crack
members
epidemic.
here. We all kind of, believe it or not, know somebody that has been a victim of crime right in the nation's capital. Right as of October 2023, the violent crime rate in D.C. hit 664.2 per 100,000 people. For comparison, New York City had a violent crime rate of 184.4 per 100,000 people. So that's dramatic, right?
Name a red city now, since you love
versus
these red versus blue city
664.2 for
things.
D.C. Dramatic. In 2024 in Washington, D.C., 72% of all property crimes
I know, Neil.
of
I
all
understand.
property crimes were larceny,
I'll do
theft,
this when
and
they're
motor vehicle
gone.
theft, burglaries, et cetera. Washington, D.C. had 3,693 offenses per 100,000 people, which would rank it first among all states in terms of
For what
highest
year?
property crime rates per USA
year?
Facts. And that's if it were a state. So that's what I'm saying. I think D.C. does have a crime problem. And look, there's been a lot of complaining here,
I
not
thought you were
necessarily by
solving it.
about
Wait, what?
the president's actions are. The Guard being
Well,
in
I thought-
D.C. In one case, they're claiming that they're policing D.C. In the next case, they're blowing the leaves away. It's one or the other, but it's not both. But let me ask you
What?
this: you got a
very
problem. You're the
confused.
mayor. You probably know. You're living
What are we
here
going
too.
on? What are we doing?
Did you ever reach out to the president, to any president, and say, "Look, we've got a problem here. Will you
Why
deploy the
would she?
Guard? Will you help us with
Why would
police? We're
she?
not handling it. We can't fill our ranks. We can't afford to."
You cut
Have
their
you ever done that?
funding.
I have called on the National Guard in D.C. I called on them during COVID. I've called on them in other weather emergencies.
But what about as a general look? The crime
Why
stats
would you
I just
do that?
related to you are ongoing.
Why would
right?
you
This is not
do
just
that?
a surge. This is just not a momentary COVID thing.
Yes,
this is
and-
a daily
Dude.
thing for the people of Washington D.C.
Oh
to
my
endure,
God.
and the
These
people
guys
of the
are
country
so
that want
bad
to come
at
to
this
their nation's
arguing.
capital who are afraid to come to endure. So,
No, they're
So have
not.
you ever done it on a consistent basis, saying
people are
to the
afraid
President
to
of
go
the
to
United States,
Washington,
this is the
D.C.,
nation's
they're
capital.
dumb.
You reside here. Can you send me the Guard
How
to
about
help
that?
assist with law
They're fucking
enforcement
babies and
or
dumb.
assist with policing? Have you ever done that other than episodically?
Why would she do that?
No, I described
Why would
to you
she
the
do
times
that?
that we
it's
have
just,
done it, and
it's
we
just
have
episodic.
Give
and
us
so my
our
point is
budget.
that The problem has to be
Scott Perry's
focused
being
on
an
and it
idiot?
has to be
That's what's
fixed.
happening right now,
Can I
Badger.
can I answer you a different way?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we don't regard the Guard as a law enforcement
That's
agency.
right.
It's not a law enforcement agency. It
And
can
so
assist in law enforcement.
we wouldn't call on them to
Exactly.
police
But
our
you would
neighborhoods.
agree that right now crime has
But
dropped dramatically
let me finish,
since
Mr. Perry.
they've been present.
Mr. Perry,
Because-
what has worked is not the National Guard in
Yes.
helping enhance MPD services. What has worked is more DEA, more FBI.
So you're
more
saying the Guard
law
has had no
enfor-
impact in
well,
D.C.?
No, what I'm
Oh
saying
my
is the
God.
Guard
I
is
hate
not
these
as
guys.
And
has
how do
been
you,
described
can you
to us
quantify
has
that?
not
Can you
been-
quantify
Can you
that?
quantify
I can't
anything you're
quantify
saying?
a causal
Okay,
relationship.
you can't quantify it, so you can't make the claim. But I can quantify something. Listen, I want to talk to you about something
There
else.
you go. That's right,
Which
Ellen.
is.
But I do
Let
want to
me
make
ask
the
That's right.
point.
I want to ask you this question. I'm
Yeah,
running out of time, and I
okay.
want to be respectful of
Shut
everybody.
the
I don't
fuck
think
up.
the Guard has made any arrests.
I want to ask you. So
I love that guy.
you've employed a bunch of traffic
just telling you
cameras.
the
Can
truth.
you
What?
a whole pile of them, hundreds and hundreds of them?
What?
Are traffic cameras for safety or for revenue generation?
They're for safety.
But it says here that you plan to fill a $580 million revenue hole in your budget shortfalls using traffic cameras, right?
It does?
You said that.
It says
no,
that?
what we said is that our budget includes revenue generated from traffic
Expected
cams.
580.
We don't-
You said
That's
you said this,
that's
ma'am.
a
It's
forecast.
to
Okay.
drive-
per the fines and
It is the job of mayors and others to forecast where their revenue would come from. Okay, are you with me? I know it's hard. But as part of any budget, you have a narrative and you can indicate that there will be these additional sources of revenue. That's normal. It's not sneaky. He's trying to make something that isn't inherently bad.
Fees Justice Center. Let me just, because I want to quiet.
Yes.
See, and what he does is he asks the question and then pivots to another question so that she can't ever address that question and it's just left there in the ether. That's cheap. These are cheap parlor tricks. This isn't questioning. This isn't getting to the truth of the matter. This is wasting people's time and it's wasting taxpayer money. Yeah, he's an insurrectionist.
Quantify this as well.
Then there's that.
In 06, you had 43 fatalities, traffic
2006.
fatalities. But in 23 and 24, you had 52 each of those 2 years. The traffic.
Okay, listen. You're taking data from 19, almost 20 years ago. You're also comparing it to what she just said was one of the higher crime spikes after the COVID lockdowns. Okay? My fucking God. Now, I understand that if you voted for these guys, you're a fucking idiot and you're illiterate. I get it. Yeah, year over year, same period 20 years ago.
Cameras are not making your people safer, and particularly in wards 7 and 8, where it's predominantly a black population, 20% below the poverty line. These fines are imposed on them hurt the worst for people.
Oh my God. So he's advocating for less cameras? Is that what I'm hearing? Oh my God. Can he expand to other areas where the law is inappropriately applied to poor people? Is that what it is? Is Scott Perry all of a sudden an advocate? Is that what it is? Well, I mean, this could be quite a turn of events, folks. I think he might become a Democrat.
So traffic cameras and automatic traffic enforcement, it should be about safety, but it's unfortunately about revenue generation.
How is it about revenue?
And it's imposed on the
Regular order.
people that can least
How is
afford
it about revenue?
in the District of
It's
Columbia,
probably
the people
applied
that
pretty
you
easily.
represent.
Well,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Perry,
I yield the balance.
I wish that you
Equally.
had also pointed to this year's traffic fatality and collision information. So in
Ma'am, this
addition,
year's not done yet.
well, it's trending in the right direction. Yeah.
And that's data.
Yes, but the
That's
trend
data.
is so that we would be at well below those numbers.
Yeah,
And
it's pace.
Our
You do
traffic
that.
cameras
That's how
are
trends
part
are
of that
important in
equation.
data.
The traffic cameras,
engineering
man, with all due
fixes-
respect, you have the worst traffic in the country by
Oh
way
my
by,
God.
this, by,
Okay, these
by
are
city as regarding according to Consumer Reports, and that includes L.A. and not allowing people to turn right on red is a contributor to that, and then fining them. Especially in the places where people can least afford it, is grifting on the people that support your city, and it shouldn't be done. It should be about safety. Only the most
You got some
the fourth
fucking
most
balls,
populated
mister.
city in the
You
country,
got some
Hoboken,
fucking
has
balls.
0 cameras and 0 fatalities, ma'am. I yield.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms.
Oh, okay.
Simon.
He yields. You can't say anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Before my remarks, I just have a couple of questions. My first question is to the elected AG of the District of Columbia. Can you talk very briefly and educate all of us on the victim services that your office provides to victims?
In virtually every case where we have a victim that's been harmed, we're working with them not just to make sure they access the services they need, both economic and financial support, as well as emotional and counseling support to make sure they're taken care of.
And AG, would you say that your Victim Services Division is equitably funded?
We can always use more money to make sure that we're providing that critical service,
right.
but
He
the
was
team I
texting
have is
Mark
doing an
Burrows.
extraordinary job with what we have.
And what you all provide is not only protection for witnesses, is that correct?
We certainly do more than just protecting the witnesses,
Is
yes.
it also making sure that victims of domestic violence have opportunities to leave their abusers and save their own lives?
One of the things that we do every day is making sure victims of domestic violence are getting protective orders and making sure that they are protected from people who may be putting them in a dangerous place.
Isn't it true that you work with mothers of murdered children?
We do.
Isn't it true that you provide burial and counseling assistance for folks in our communities who have been victimized by violence?
We do.
And I want to thank you for that work. AG, would you also say that in the District of Columbia, the young people that you are prosecuting do not have readable access to mental health supports in the District of Columbia?
We know that we have a job to do, which is holding young people accountable when they commit crimes, and we are doing that every day. But too often we see the young people that are coming into the criminal justice system struggling with terrible trauma, mental health, behavioral health challenges, and we can't ignore that need too. We've got to do both. And while we will do the prosecution work, and we will continue to do that, we can't ignore the fact that there are causes that lead to repeat offenders, violent offenders, and sometimes it's the mental health and trauma that young people are carrying around. If we don't ignore it, and if we do ignore it and don't address it, we are going to be continually fighting this issue.
Wouldn't you also agree, AG, that reentry services create opportunities for young people who have been convicted and have served time in the juvenile detention facility, the opportunity to stop the pattern of committing crime?
100%.
Would you agree that the defunding of reentry services increases the likelihood of young people not being able to do the rehabilitative work to be able to maintain their civility and their opportunities to do the right by all of us?
Well, if we don't take care of kids after they have been committed, after they've faced consequences, with getting back into community and making sure that they have healthy, hopeful pathways, kids with hope are safer.
And that's not soft. I would say that that's not soft on crime. Would you agree that if you have to charge every 14-year-old and put them in an adult cage, that when they get out, because they will get out, that they will be worse than when they came in?
We know that to be true.
We know that to be true. Over 40% of young people who are charged as adults, they do get out, and they are more likely to offend than if they were processed and rehabilitated in the juvenile court. Is that not fact?
We need to make sure that young people, when they commit crimes, are held accountable with swift and certain consequences, and we are doing that. Long prison sentences or putting kids into the adult criminal justice system does not make us safer in the long run, and that's what I'm committed to. I want our D.C. to be safer now and into the future, and we can do both.
One of the reasons why I abandoned my my prepared remarks, I spent almost 30 years working with some of the most troubled young people in my community.
I know her.
And in
I
the
know
programs
she
that I
did.
developed and implemented, we reduced crime and
She's brilliant.
recidivism by almost 70% of young women who are in the juvenile justice system.
Youth development
and that
worker.
work was not
Brilliant
done by
leader
prosecuting them
in
as
youth
adults and
development.
putting them into cages to rot. What
Brilliant.
we did was invest deeply in their rehabilitation, but also in their accountability and ensuring that the victims were made whole. So I want to thank you all for your assertion that D.C. not only can govern itself, but if we were to do right by victims and right by children and right by families, we would fund education, we would have free child care, we would ensure that every person who was seeking health care could get it. We are so far from that vision.
Yep.
So instead of problematizing the elected leaders of this city, I would hope that in the future, that folks who have no experience in law enforcement on this body listen to the experts. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Certified
badass.
The witnesses have
Latifah
requested
Simon. I
recess,
love
but
you
we're going to
so much.
recognize one more member, then we're going to have a 15-minute recess.
A 15-minute recess? Well, we're probably going to end it at that point, but...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to the guests for showing
Oh, wait,
up
should
today.
we? Is this a Republican?
Since I only have 5 minutes, my first question is going to be a yes or no.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't
Does
like
DC
this
have
guy.
a crime problem?
No. Okay, you're already out. You're out, mister. Oh, I'm not going to take it. God, I need to do just a show that is like reading, okay? We get too distracted by all these silly things. We need a show that is just reading. I'm sorry. Maybe I need to do a nighttime show. I feel like I do. Maybe I'll do something tonight. I have an appointment I need to go to later this morning, but maybe I'll do some reading tonight. I don't know. I heard a story on NPR talking about traffic changes during and after COVID a few years ago. Accidents went up during COVID. Fewer drivers and stayed high since. Oh, interesting. I didn't know it had stayed high. I think I had heard that accidents actually went up. And I don't know what to attribute that to, but I mean, if there's, never mind. If there's less people on the road, how is whatever, never mind. Traffic is bad. Yeah, traffic is bad everywhere. I don't know. I feel like, higher speeds. Oh, that makes sense. Duh. God, that makes a lot of sense. Less caught. Duh. Not stopping at stop signs. Hello. Now I get it. Oh, wow. I stand corrected. I guess it would be like, what is that, Walking Dead? The Walking Dead, when there's no one around town. Brain fog. Well, that's a constant case. So, okay, lots of things happening. Okay, so lots of things happening. They attributed it to a more aggressive driving as the lots of people going out. Yeah, that made sense. Now that makes so much more sense. Like, of course, less caution, less care about road rules. That makes sense. Well, there you go. There you go, kids. Don't drive 55. I mean, stay alive at 55. Okay? That's what I'm going to say. That's my advice. Oh, also no traffic cops. Oh my God. Well, so what was I thinking? Wow. I really didn't think that one through, did I? At all. Okay. I might do another show later on today because we have a lot. And I kind of want to watch some of that ASIP stuff. So I don't know. I'll see how I'm feeling. No, actually, I should commit. I think I'll do something at like 4:00 Pacific. Well, you know what? I have to be careful because I'm going to the dentist, and my dentist I have to wait like hours. Even though my appointment could be at like noon, I could probably not get in to see the dentist I know we haven't talked about GHF, and I need to do that. Well, I mean, if nothing else, I'll do a show tomorrow morning, which is definitely something I could do. But I'd kind of like to get it through. I mean, I feel like we're losing. Well, that's the thing. Okay, so here's what the plan was. Here's what the plan is at this point in time. All right? Pay attention. The plan at this point is to do the lounge tomorrow night. and switch the lounge back to Friday nights. And then Saturday, do movies on Discord. That's my plan, is to do a lounge and trivia at 6:30 on Fridays. Go back to Fridays. And then I was going to not do a show on Friday morning because I didn't think I could sustain that. But I think I can make an exception. So let me do that. I'm going to do a show tomorrow morning so that we can catch up on the reading, catch up on the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation situation, catch up on the current news. Because tomorrow morning there should be no distractions of Congress things and shit. Jay Rance! Oh my God. Thank you so much. I will never stop wearing a mask alone in my car because it bothers. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I love doing that. I love bothering the chuds with stuff like that. But you know what we need right now? You know what we need right now? Loud. Boom, 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 boom. Tater's gonna hate. That's right. Oh my God. I started playing that last night. I downloaded Mortal Kombat last night. It is so much fun. I am so bad at it. Can I just tell you? Thank you, Jay Rance. That was very kind of you, you sweetheart. I downloaded Mortal Kombat last night. It is such a difficult game, but it's very pretty. It's very pretty. But anyway. Yeah. Which are the Antifa tattoos? Oh, wait. Which one? Do I have an Antifa tattoo and I just don't realize? Do I? Is this one? That one? Oh, you know what? This is my Antifa tattoo. I gotta show you guys this. I can't. My chair is like really. Can you see it? Oh wait, that's my Antifa tattoo. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 1. I don't think it's the original, but it's whatever is available on Steam. Oh, my Antifa tattoos? Yeah. Oh, you didn't mean that? Oh, sorry. Sorry. It does say Mortal Kombat 1 Meowing Star, but it's different graphics, so I don't actually know. Oh, as index of, yeah, well, I still think mine is an Antifa tattoo, so there. And so I don't think it's the original, right? Like the what is that? What do they call that? Like 12-bit or whatever those games are. This one actually, no, that's not to my dad. I haven't done my dad's tattoo yet, but this is my mother. Oops. She wasn't really a mermaid, but I have this mermaid on my arm. I have like 15 tattoos. I have a lot of tattoos. It's a problem, and I'm going to get more. I am going to get one of around my dad's stuff. I'm not sure what I'm going to get though. I don't know. I want a dinosaur on my back. That's what I want. I want to get a big dinosaur, and I want him to be like clawing my neck. You know what I mean? Like having the claw marks in my neck. That's what I want. I have it all planned out. Anyway, enough of that. Okay, so the programming is that there is going to be a Wake and Bake tomorrow. There will be a Wake and Bake tomorrow. And and this is my oyster. This is pretty. I like this. This is my only color piece. Oh, you can't really see it because but that's an oyster. And it has like a curly cube around it. That's an oyster. And then this is Peter Pan. on my fingers and my hand. It's the kids from Peter Pan. That was fun. And then I got this in Amsterdam. Oops. Oh, can't see it. This is blij, which is Dutch for happy. I wanted to get words that mean happy. And then, Bobo and I got circle. Oh, you can't see that either. Bobo and I got circles. That was her first tattoo. She got a circle in the same spot. The cabbage tattoo is the Antifa one. Yeah, the cabbage one. Yeah. Oh, is it a cabbage? Do I need to get a tattoo of cabbage? I need to get more tattoos. Oh my God, I'm sweating. It's so warm. Okay. So anyway, that's the programming note. Tomorrow morning, Wake and Bake, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and some other items that I've been holding, waiting to read to you and share with you. And some other things that people have brought up, like Meowing Star, you shared something about Pine Gap in Australia last night. So there's been some stuff shared that I'd like to just kind of gather and read. The Cabbage Head Brigade. Oh, now I want a cabbage tattoo. Oh my God, you guys, that's so cute. I want something tiny. I dated a funny guy that had the copyright symbol and the year of birth on the back of his neck like they do with baby dolls. That's really cute. That's really cute. I used to want to get my social security number as a barcode, but then my daughter said, don't do that, please. And I'm like, okay, all right. Anyway, a tiny cabbage, little baby cabbage. I'd get a tattoo. Val, hello, my love. First was a butterfly with a semicolon. I love your tattoo, Val. That is a beautiful tattoo. I know you did, but I thought it was great. And there's a couple things that people have brought up like that, where I'm like, oh my gosh, we need to like just put that out in the ether. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was great. Finding out Pine Gap supplies all the coordinates for Israeli missile strikes going on and is a CIA base. Yep. Yep. And it's been there for almost 60 years. That really kind of it's a US base, like an intelligence base, or I guess they say space base, but whatever. And it's a huge base in Australia that we've had for almost 6 decades. That Meowing Star was like, what the fuck is this? And it was interesting. Please don't tattoo symbols on your body because of a riff. Oh, well, you don't know me very well, do you? I get some pretty stupid tattoos. No, I'm kidding. I love all my tattoos. Anyway. All right. Well, it's good to be back on camera. It's good to be with you guys. And so you can see my facial expression when I'm like surprised or happy or sad. We echelon conspiracists might have heard of that station. Yes. Yes. I'm sure you have. Yeah, but probably nothing true. Well, maybe. Or it's all true. That's the other thing. So I'll see you tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow night, we're going to have a lounge. It's going to go back. We're going back to the beginning, babes. And then Saturday, we'll have movies. Oh, Val, tell them about your tattoo, the butterfly and semicolon. I love that. It has to do with not, yeah, it's a beautiful symbol. I don't know, we might have lost Val. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning, and then I will also see you tomorrow night, and I'll see you Saturday night on Discord with a movie. I think we're gonna watch. What did we talk about watching? Oh shit. What was that one? What was that one we were texting about? Ah, crap, I can't remember. But anyway, movies on Saturday. Movies on Saturday, lounge on Friday, wake and bake tomorrow morning. Oh, Saturday too. Here's the other thing. Sorry, one more thing on Saturday. So I need to get back out protesting because I just, for my own like brain, I just need to be out and doing something because I'm too lazy right now. So I'm going to go out on Saturday and do a little stuff. I haven't figured out what weapons. Thank you, Max. That's the one. Weapons. It's a new movie, newish, I guess. So more on that later. And I am going to go out on Hollywood Boulevard on Saturday. I don't really care about the Jimmy Kimmel stuff. Not necessarily, because I don't care about it, but as I said earlier, blah, blah, blah. But it also might give me a springboard for more exposure for other messages, which I haven't yet to confirm what I'm going to focus on for Saturday. I have a couple of ideas, but I'm not sure. Anyway, tune in for that. Okay, here we go. Karen, it symbolizes resilience and transformation in the face of mental health challenges and personal struggles. Oh, that's a beautiful way. Butterfly is often a feminist symbol, sometimes also used by trans women. Semicolon is solidarity with those struggling with suicide ideation, etc. That's right. Both of those, all of that. I think I thought it was beautiful when Val showed me that. I love the idea of a semicolon. I love that idea. It's pretty powerful image. Chance to continue something that might have ended. Yep. Yeah, it's nicer than my guess. Yeah. All right. Well, I love you guys. Thank you so much for spending so much of your morning with me and us and each other. And I will definitely see you tomorrow morning. Okay? So have a great Thursday. Don't let the assholes make you mad. And till we meet again. All right. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to play the outro.